Welcome to our usual Saturday to Sunday overnight or EU morning catch-up and backlog stream. Hey Mike Universe, glad to see you here already. We're going to look at a number of levels today, including a bunch of puzzles I had lined up. Also some platforming, hopefully, eventually, depending on how long the puzzles take. And let's get right into a quick warm-up. And hello, Tempest Funk, glad to see you here. Let's do a quick warm-up first of all with Undersea Testing Facility, which is something new from this week by Grakowski. Fairly high clear rate, but it is a puzzle, so fairly long clear time as well. And it is underwater, so who knows how long the execution will take. After this, I do plan to follow it up immediately with the Escape Room number 1 out of the set of 4. That's by Tempest Funk, who you see already in the chat. And yeah, that's hopefully something we can get to in fairly short order. So let's take a look. Yep, hopefully this one will not be too much of an obstruction. But we'll just have to see how it goes. Okay, so we've got an on-off switch. We have a boomerang, and this is effectively a tutorial room. Now, I don't know if there's anything special we need to know about the functionality of the boomerang underwater. I have to say that I haven't really played underwater with it at all. Looks like we have a track block here that's going to be activated by on-off. And also, I'm 2 tiles high currently, and so I will need to take some kind of damage, I think, in order to get through. Alternatively, I can get pushed through with the track block, but I'm not exactly sure. It looks like this room is going to show me what the interaction will be. But it looks like the track block is only going to come that high, so I do want to get squished by it. Stand here, get squished. And there we go. Into 1 tile. And that's just going to show me how that's going to work. Since it's underwater, it prevents you from doing any kind of duck slide. It's one of the things that will be unique to the water theme. That would explain why it is in use. We want to toggle the on-off switch, but I want to do it in such a way that I can still get squished by this thing. So I think we also need to think about how the boomerang is going to go over and how it is ultimately going to hit the on-off switch at all. I think what needs to happen is I do this, I raise the boomerang, then I get squished, then I hit it on the other side, so that's something new. Yep, going to get an immediate double hit from that squish down to 1 tile. And there we go. And interesting interaction with this slope here. It is showing me that using the slope is going to allow me to crouch walk over. Actually, being able to start on a 2-tile space at all is going to allow me to crouch walk over. So that's going to be new information that's important from this room, as alongside the ability to manipulate the position of the boomerang power-up. Now, it's going to float, but then what? Because, I mean, I can always just reobtain it, but I need to see what's going on the other side first, and there is a reset door. Indicating what to me? We're about to see. I have to scout. Okay. Let's bring the crate over. I feel like the crate is going to be a pretty important part of the solution. Crate collides with the boomerang. Let's grab a boomerang. The other thing is, I can test if swimming with the crate does anything to my interaction here. No, but it can potentially allow me to push the power up, perhaps. Yeah, if I do a series of drops. So let's get this thing up here. maybe... Hang on. I do want to ultimately move it somehow, though. Interestingly, the boomerang does not seem to smash the crate, which is actually really good news for us. Because it means that I can just elevate this guy and then pretty much drop the crate on it directly. Need a slightly better targeting on the boomerang, just so we get going. Oh, I was hoping to push it. I think I probably have just about the right approach. It's kind of hard to tell at the moment. I sort of like this idea, though, because we know that a soft drop of the crate on the boomerang does have a way of moving it. So there is a little bit of a timing exercise here. Oh, it's going to go down quickly as soon as it hits the ceiling. That's important to know as well. The other thing that could happen is... the reset doors, since they're powered directly on the other side, they're not really going to give me any useful access to anything on this side. But yeah, we ultimately want the same kind of sequence as before, where we want the on-off switch. We want to then be able to... No, we want to get squished, and then... Being squished is something that has to happen in the on state, but then we need to activate the off state. And then I need to do it in such a way that still allows me to somehow get squished. Or allow me to somehow, you know, push and reclaim a power-up. Reclaiming a power-up is actually not going to be useful now that I think about it, because I still want to get squished. We can use this as some kind of obstruction, I think, to... Yeah, boomerang's going to block there. So that's going to release the door. Ultimately, we do want it in an... Yeah, it's got to be on state. Get squished. Somehow hits the on-off switch again while being able to make it through. And so that's going to be a bit of a challenge to begin with, because it implies to me that I need to... Am I just stuck now? No, I can just get across by being squished. Okay. Yeah, same idea as before with a slope, that with the boomerang on this side, I am allowed to make it back over. I'm not sure I would want to do that, though. So there is a bit of an ordering issue that we have here. So far, what do we have to piece together? We have to piece together what to do with the crate. Hello, MeaSpeed Chicken, welcome. And then I have to figure out how to toggle the on-off switch from this kind of state, where alternatively, what I can do is I can release the crate, drop it, get on top of it, crouch on it, and then crouch walk from beside it. Like that. And that seems to be the answer, actually. That we don't need to get squished at all. Okay, so I do have it now. Except now I'm trapped. So let's get back over here. That's what these reset doors must be for. Yeah, let me just get on the other side first. Get squished. Yep, we have the solution. I have 30 seconds to execute it, which is probably not going to happen. But we can just figure it out fairly quickly. Maybe if I do this quickly, we can hit a checkpoint, but let's not count on it. I'm counting on the fact that a timeout is likely to happen. Do I want a cookie? I actually have plenty of cookies, but thank you for the offer. It really depends on what kind. Do you accept cookies? Oh, look, 4 seconds to get a checkpoint. 3, 2, 1, got it. That happens surprisingly often. Surprisingly often. Yeah, that is maybe the third or fourth puzzle level in the past few weeks where I had something happen like that, where I hit the checkpoint with 0 or 1 seconds remaining. And hey, Mr. Laser, welcome. Yeah, I was a little worried about that because of the swimming physics. Didn't want to accidentally cling onto a tree or anything. Okay, so we have, once again, a crate interaction. We know that shipping a crate over allows me to get through the one-tile gaps. We know that being tall allows me to go from 2-tile to 1-tile on a slope just by crouch walking. We know that there is going to be a warp block over there that is ultimately gated by the state being set to off. So we want the outcome to be off, but I haven't really been able to scout the other side just yet. Okay, so this is going to give me the squish. That's pretty important. Also, the other thing to know here is, yeah, once again, we have to crouch on a crate in order to get up on the semi-solid in this case. Let's get the squish. And yeah, Mr. Laser not taking things directly in the queue today, but we've been able to run a couple of viewer level sessions during the week again. Hoping to restore that to one of these overnight slots as well, because it's mostly been in the daytime streams that we've been doing that. But yeah, just kind of getting the schedule back in order, and there are going to be some changes in the next few weeks as well, so stay tuned. Also, Mr. Laser, I don't know if you were around when I announced that we had started up the channel Discord. And that's where sometimes some of the advanced arrangements are going to be made for what I'm queuing up for backlog nights when I take a little longer to do long levels. Okay, so now I have access to the crate. Having access to the crate, once again, allows me to get over as the boomerang. But then do I need a second crate? Or can I use the crouch walk to just grab this one? No, I actually can't get to grab when I'm crouched. Okay. That's important information because it means that I can't get over here just yet. What I need to do is probably raise this boomerang up on top of the semi-solid. Let's reset because the crate's now in my way. And yeah, would be glad to see you there, so. Hope the streaming has been going well on your end as well. I admit I have not really been able to watch many other people's streams at all this week. So. But I think some people are kind of, you know, adjusting their schedules anyway, especially as the academic year begins in certain regions. Okay, so we're going to do this. Then I'm going to send the boomerang over. Oh no, I need to move the crate first, actually. I need to move the crate into the middle segment. Moving the crate into the middle segment allows me to take the boomerang through to the left side. So yeah, right now we're just applying all of the things that we know about this level so far, which is that I am able to use the crate to get Boomerang Mario through the one-tile slot. But since I need the crate in the middle, here I will take the squish and get over here the usual way. And yeah, hope the start of the academic year has been okay for you otherwise. Been hearing that a lot from people both in a teaching position and from a student position. It is a bit of a disruption to how people have been kind of arranging themselves on Twitch throughout the summer. I kind of wonder sometimes when I look at this if I can just cheese a crate across, but given the placement here, I guess not. Okay, interesting that I have access to that warp block directly to the left. As if this is all going to be some kind of bonus segment. Yeah, that I could just go through that. But then the fact that I have the option to do all this instead makes me want to do all this instead. And go through to the right side, so maybe we're not going to miss anything too critical with that warp block there. Whoops. Okay, let's get the squish once again. Transfer over. And then I have a crate. Crate is going to do what for me here? Curious. I think the idea is that I have to take the crate with me through the next warp block. But then here, all the crate is going to do is get me across like this. And that's fine, because we can take the squish. Once we take the squish, then I can transfer the crate over using Small Mario. Now, there's nothing signaling to me that I need to take the crate through the warp block, so I think this is actually just a bonus objective. I'd be surprised if it were anything else. Okay. Grab this. Ah, yes, and indeed, it is a way of getting over there as Boomerang Mario. It's not that I'm shipping the crate across, it's that I'm shipping myself across. Because you can get through there as Small Mario right away if you really wanted. But I'm sure that having the Boomerang is going to give me something like access to the goal flag. Oh, that's interesting, okay. That's not what I thought was going to happen at all. I wonder then why that warp block was just directly available. That's strange, because that whole sequence now kind of looks slightly extraneous, although maybe it was just the way we entered in terms of the on-off state. Maybe there was something weird happening there. So it looks like I'm going to be fairly short in time. I'm going to just rather quickly do what I can to get through the one tile gap. One tile gap is going to allow me to transfer this over. And transferring that over is going to allow me to get myself over with the Boomerang. About 50 seconds, so let's be somewhat brisk about this. Okay, same kind of interaction that we're quite familiar with already, except now we have a bit of a problem with the on-off state. Okay. I think the idea then is that I actually want some way to get over here with the Boomerang effect. So for example, by trapping the crate down low. But we have 12 seconds, so I'm clearly not going to see it on this attempt. It's going to take the next one. Yeah, because I probably want to transfer myself with the Boomerang somehow across the side here. Or, no, actually what I need to do is I need to raise the Boomerang power-up, such that it can be reclaimed on the other side. Yeah, that seems to be the way to do it, so let's just restart from the checkpoint. Same amount of time on the clock as before when we just barely made it there with a close shave, so let's get over here. Get the squish. No, let's, yeah, let's get the squish first. We'll want to come back for the power-up once we've transferred the crate. Let's move over. Transfer to the middle. Okay, so we've got this guy here. And whip the power up. Yeah. the squish. Move over. Once again, transfer myself to the left side. And this time we'll see if I can understand what's going on with that instantly available warp block. I almost wonder if it was just some kind of patching oversight, because I just don't see... Oh, I see, because I actually have to take damage. Right, okay. No, I have to take damage, and then I have to get over there. Yep, I see, because you actually have no way to get over there as small until you do this loop here, so now I understand. And, yeah, so what I want to do is I want to whip this boomerang. Okay, so we got everything right. And the right idea all the way through. Get over here. Slap this switch. And unload this. Whoops. Actually, I have to catch the boomerang from time to time. Drop this guy here. And I'll get squished so I can reclaim the crate. Yeah, very similar kinds of maneuvers throughout the whole puzzle, so... It's just a matter of learning the different orders and combinations. With just very minor variations throughout, which lends itself to a fairly nice sense of progression, I think, as you get from one puzzle piece to the next. Mr. Laser, you're saying that you're in the process of creating a puzzle level based on unlimited dry bone shells? Hey, sounds interesting. Yeah, just based on the idea, I guess, that when you claim a shell that is spawned, then it counts as an item that has been consumed, and then you can just get more and more of them on the field. So, looking forward to seeing what you do with that. Okay, let's move this guy up. I think the idea is that I want to use the crate in order to raise this boomerang up to the top level while the state is on. So let's get squished. I'm going to come back and transfer a crate to raise the boomerang. But not this boomerang, because I'll need to claim a new boomerang first when I get to the other side. So we'll be consuming this boomerang, we'll be raising a new one up top. So yeah, just going to leave this here for a moment. Going to whip this. Raise this guy. We'll be very careful to pick this up. Hopefully... Oops. Raise this was great. And let's see if the boomerang remains in place. It should. I believe that this is going to destroy the crate. Yep. I need to get squished once again and pick up the boomerang on the other side. And hey, 1K-Man, welcome. Hope your hangout was fine. And that you are in a part of the world where hanging out is safe. And can be done with the necessary precautions and limitations on your social bubble, etc. Yeah, I've been spending more time actually meeting people in person as well again, lately. Much more so than I did earlier in the year, really. But I think we're kind of in a better position to do that now. And looks like we could go straight for the flag with that. There's probably some kind of bonus puzzle. And since we're past checkpoint 2, we'll do it a bonus puzzle. Because why not? We earned our way all the way here. Looks like this is going to be a fairly larger thing. And within 160 seconds, I don't know if I can do it right away, but we can do a couple of things. Let's research the other side first, just to see what we're dealing with. Okay, that's going to be a crate. And a crate that requires an off state. So I would need to either have a boomerang available here or have another crate lift me up. Because in a small state... Well, I mean, I could also go over there as small if I have somehow been able to revert the state to off after I have been squished. Same goes on this side. Looks like the pathway is going to be squished and then to go left. And yeah, we have a similar setup as we saw in the previous room here, with raising the boomerang probably up to the top level, once we get the crate. And the exit pipe will be over here on this side. Yes, okay. So that's pretty understandable. Although, it's going to require me to do the other side first, because I currently don't have any kind of progression to work with over there, so... Yeah, because if I get squished, then I can't actually make it through to that side just yet. So let's see how we can make this happen. I mean, I can get squished like that. So that's something that is unique to this room that has not been seen previously in this sequence of puzzles, is to take that timed hit. But that is quite clearly the solution. And then we do the same boomerang transfer that we were familiar with previously. Raising the boomerang. Dropping the crate underneath. Let's see if we can do this in 20 seconds. Taking the squish. Okay. I don't think I'll be able to beat the timer here. So we'll just come back. We're right after checkpoint 2, I think, so we'll just come back and redo this solution. Yeah, because I have to get to the other side of the second column of blue blocks that was to the left. And hey, Safety Man, welcome. Okay, so I have the solution to the bonus room all mapped out, so let's just do it. Just an execution check at this point. Nice of the checkpoint to be right there. And yep, once again, we have the fundamental insight to this solution here, which is fire and then be squished. Swim over here. Grab the crate that's going to escort us through. And yeah, let's just get rid of this guy for the time being while we make all the necessary adjustments. Drop this guy. Wait for the boomerang to be up there safely. Take the squish, grab the boomerang, and then we are out of here. Okay. Pretty straightforward. Yeah, kind of nice how each of the puzzles in this sequence really just adds one insight at a time, and so very gentle curve to it all. And that's that. Mario holding his breath and gurgling the woohoo. Not going to try to beat the swimming skills of that fellow with the 3-minute 35 world record. Just from the swimming alone, that adds a bit of execution time here and there, so not really going to race that. But let's take a look at the thing that I had promised as one of the main features for this stream, which is going to be 1CS B8H GLG. Look at a guy with a sword name who just played my level. A broadsword. So, those of you who were here for the stream last week in this time slot will remember that we did Escape Room number 4 out of the series of 4 by Tempest Funk. That was the one that required a little bit of outside research and audio sampling. And we'll see what kind of pen and paper recommendations and outside sources this one is going to involve. This is the first one in the series. It's just called Abstract Obstruction. You have to admire the exit sign. It was designed for the thumbnail. But it is supposedly a difficult escape puzzle with a fair number of clears at this point, although it has been around since the end of May. And a world record from B. Suzuki. So, yeah, let's just get right into it. We'll hopefully be a little bit better set up this time around for some of the external research. But we'll see how it goes. So, first run as always is just going to be initial read. I think this says time. And that the track there is just there to fill in the letter E. Quite possibly, given how things like track triggers are going to happen, something that might actually be relevant to the clock. Oh yeah, look at how when you jump in this location, you get a toggling of the on-off switch. You don't want to do it right there because that will just come down and kill you. You see, this is probably some kind of bomb lock. Potentially we'll get Link at some point in this level. Potentially we'll also have the ability to bust through this at some point in this level, and that might be some kind of temporary power-up progression. But the thing that we have learned so far is how to use the clock spot. So we've got two ways to go. We can go through the door, we can go through the pipe. Let's try... oh, look at this guy here, too, that activating the P-switch actually blocks off both the pipe and the door, assuming that this turns into a coin. Let's try the door first. Amanisa90, we are not running the queue today. I do viewer levels quite often during the week if you want to come back for those. We're just finishing up some longer puzzles and some unfinished levels from earlier in the week in today's session. So it looks like we have a 0 and a 1, and that we have two different sequences with them. That you have Spiny Koopa P and P Koopa Spiny. It's going to be a 0 and 1. I'm probably going to just jot this down somehow, but Spiny Koopa P and P Koopa... oh, Goomba, actually. So yeah, it definitely reads like a 0 equals and 1 equals. This is also telling you to jump. We have a couple of symbols here. We need to draw something. Okay, this is why you recommend pen and paper, I guess. Which is a bit tricky because, you know, I thought it was totally prepared. I would have my text file out, I would have my browser out, etc. Now we actually need a sketch pad. So... these levels have a way of like catching me unprepared every time. But it looks like we need to draw something here. Anyway, we need to do something with a jump. Let's see if the jump actually triggers anything here. Possibly jump does refer to a sequence of 0s and 1s as well. Yeah, every time, like, I mean, when it said pen and paper, I thought I could just get away with a text notepad, but clearly I actually need to draw something, don't I? Okay then. Yeah, it looks like this will assemble an image in some fashion, but why don't we just continue scouting, and I'm going to think about how I will actually implement this part on stream. Because once again, I'm caught off guard. So you got V equals what looks like 99, or GG. And something about New Zealand, NZ. M, DPA. Probably some kind of cipher. So let's take a look at this. V equals GG, I guess. And Koopa colors are actually different. We had a red Koopa earlier, didn't we? Yeah, we had red Koopas. We'll have a green Koopa, we'll have P, we'll have Buzzy Beetle. Then NZ, uppercase, which will give me something associated with red Koopa, mushroom, red Koopa. Then M, and okay. Might need to actually take screenshots of some of this stuff. One came in, you never explained the Left 4 Dead 2 level. I think you kind of did, but if you want to reiterate that, that's fine too. Yeah, so it's just taking notes at this point. You get green Koopa, P, and mushroom, and DPA. So what I can do is I can go through the pipe and I can see how any of these clues are supposed to be applied, because this is purely an information room. And there's nothing for me to interact with here. So yeah, I'll definitely have to think about how I can do this. I might even have to pop open the editor. Do it. But we'll get in here and, oh, no, haven't actually checked this store yet, have I? Depending on where it's mapped. Okay, looks like this is another drawing clue. And more drawing clues. And more drawing clues. I think at this point the smart thing to do actually is going to be to screenshot some of this. Except this does not fit on one screen. So we'll just, in the remaining 10 seconds, do 2 quick shots here. And then we'll come back in and capture some more images once the timer has run out. Okay, so let's go back through here. And yeah, I guess jumping will somehow relate to all this. Let's just capture some information. Interesting that it looks like we have a bomb break over here. All of these are 1 screen wide. These clues here, the previous one being 2 screens wide. Interesting that we have maybe a bit of a match between the triangles. Other thing that might be important is that these are all on separate rows, and you'll notice that they are associated with specific blocks. So for example, notice how the main image here, the triangle at the top, consists of question blocks and bricks. You see the top row associated with question blocks, you see the bottom row associated with bricks. Same here with the cloud and the donut. Same here with the hard block and the ice block. And I think it's kind of true of this image here as well, that you have red block and cloud block, except you have nothing above. You don't have any kind of clue associated with it. So we'll have to think about this, because I don't have a clue for red block. I do have, of course, a shared clue with the cloud over here. But I would assume that what's going on here is that maybe we need to take these images and we need to tile them. But then I'm not exactly sure what the arrows are telling me. One came in, you can explain it, like the general chat is probably best if you want to explain it on the Discord. I mean, I don't have things divided very well, I know. The design channel I've mostly got for things that are mostly, you know, technical matter. Like for level building. But it's alright, I mean, you know, we're not very strict about organization there, it's a small channel, so general's probably best. Yeah, okay, so it definitely looks like there's some kind of image tiling that's going on here. But then, do I take each of these rows and tile them repeatedly, or what am I doing here? Like, because I need to figure out what's going on with the tracks, I need to figure out what's going on with the arrows. And, okay, thank you, Adobe Jacobs, whatever floats your boat, thank you for dropping by. And, okay, well, why don't I check what's going on through the pipe? In case that is relevant to some kind of data entry that we need to do here. Interesting. That this blaster block was definitely not here when I came in the first time, and so there is a bit of a state change. That precludes me from getting onto the clock. And this is telling me something about time. Now, interestingly... well, I guess the letter M matches what we saw earlier, but I don't think that's related to the image clue. At least I somehow doubt it. Okay, so it looks like the Muncher is going to try to kill me, but that we have a somewhat reliable pattern. Well, the clue is telling me to jump, so let's go back here and see what's going on. Yeah, because I'm going to get jammed in there, and there's not really going to be anything to activate the on-off from that point. Also, the Magic Koopa missiles go straight through. I need to kind of... you know what? Yeah, no, I can jump into first room because that changes the on-off state going into this room. I know that already. That I can use this guy here. Except that I get trapped, so never mind. So that's kind of curious, but then... yeah, because that's going to be still in the on state. We have a 0, we have a 1, and we have this whole thing to decipher, which I don't actually understand yet, and which will require me to draw something. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how I'm supposed to do this, because the best way to do it would actually be having a second copy of Mario Maker open, such that I can just place the coins directly as tiles. But I also just need to figure out what the arrows are telling me, whether it's telling me about the tiling order of these illustrations. But yeah, let me just give that a moment's thought to see how Yeah, how we'll potentially do this. We'll think about each of these as well. So just give me a moment. I think the idea probably should be that I pull up perhaps the screenshots, perhaps pull up the other images. But then, is the track being used as something like a form of alignment? We'll see, but I think clearly I actually do have to draw some of this out and see what happens. But yeah, this is actually something that, like, I have a very clear idea of how I would approach this if I were not streaming the game, which is that I could do some individual video capture of the shots and just kind of rearrange things in a separate application. But how are we going to approach this? Just from a mechanical standpoint. Well, one thing I can do is take a look at each of these configurations here. These sets of 3. See what they're potentially telling me as well. Will I accept a hint on how some other streamers approached it on stream? Yeah, sure you can. I mean, I'm thinking so far that I'm actually just going to do it in plain text and try to do it as ASCII art. That I will just have spaces and have, like, you know, zeros for the coins and maybe ones for some of this stuff. Yeah, I might just have to do it as ASCII art. Unless you have a better suggestion. Because yeah, if I just do it in a monospaced font, and I'm actually starting to try to assemble this right now to see how to go about that, but it also means that I'm just going to have to figure out how to read the diagonals as well. So for example, if I just decide to tile some of this stuff, but we'll see. Because I'll show you what I have kind of going on right now. If I can somehow pull that up, is I actually do have a notes window ready. So yeah, right now this is totally inscrutable, but that was just my shorthand for what was going on with the different enemy and item types that I've been seeing in the clues so far. And I'm starting to just assemble the image that way. You know, where I put those 2 coin sets that are in the red block together. So for example, if I say red, and then yeah, for example, we have the down diagonal, so that's something like this. And then we still have a down position, so that would be something like this. And then yeah. Looks like it is supposed to draw something for me here that is somewhat circular. Like, I don't know if this is the most sensible approach, but it is something that could potentially work. But it needs some additional space. Yeah, one came in. I can't stop them. they want to do things that way. So I'm just kind of following the arrows as a bit of a drawing cursor right now. But not sure this sort of positional method is really the best idea. Yeah, because ideally I would have the screenshot sort of open on a second screen. Anyway. Oh, interesting that this kind of does that. And I have no idea what I'm looking at here, actually. Maybe I'm just misreading what's going on directionally, or that the... Yeah, it could be that I'm misunderstanding how to follow the cursor using the directional arrows. It could also just be that there is some kind of missing piece of information. Like how, for instance, you have everything in this room kind of correlated with the block types. So you have this triangular structure, you have this square structure here, square in a rectangle, you have another triangular structure. Yeah, I mean, it could be that these are, you know, kind of complex tiling pieces. And so let me just think about how I might go about doing this then. Because once again, it is sort of dependent on a lot of assumptions I'm making about how to read the arrows. Let me just open the notes screen again. Yeah, because I'm kind of doing the right cursor and then down, like down relative to what position? What I'm thinking. Unless the arrows, like I'm kind of following them continuously as a cursor, like they're going around in a loop. That might not be the right idea, because what's happening is maybe if I should take this as a central position. And as a central position, I then fill in everything else around it. So we can take that approach and try that afterwards and see if we get different results. Because currently I'm getting something that is not really coherent. But if I try to take that as a central position, so for example, I read the second block here, the 4 coins and 3 coins, as to the left of the center. But then I read this, the 2 coins that are by the down arrow, as down of center. This in the top row still as left of center, and this as up of center. That gives me something that, first of all, well, not quite symmetrical, but certainly much more coherent. Maybe. Give me something like this, which who knows what on earth this is. But that would depend on the arrows never being duplicated in order for that parsing to be something that makes sense. So are the arrows in a row ever duplicated? And it seems not. So for example, in the red row here, it actually gives you 8 different directions. So let's actually scrap what we were doing earlier with red and just kind of redo it. Because it looks like maybe the central piece here is used as a calibration piece, such that you're thinking about the tracks as the central position and as the origin point. Now, the thing about the tracks is that they are a piece that's covering, you know, 3 tiles total because the track piece stretches by 2 tiles. So it would give me something like a central 3x3 box, perhaps. And I would need to think about that box, except would I be thinking about a 3x3 box or a 3x2 box? That's something that I would have to determine by reading all of the other arrows, but the fact that none of the arrows are ever redundant within a particular row is important information. Because it tells me that we're not necessarily tracing a path, we are finding locations, like filling in locations that are relative to some kind of center. And that's sort of important, especially if we're composing like a sort of fundamental tiling unit. Still though, the current design I have for ice is totally incoherent, but I'm going to try a new approach to red then. I still don't really have a good idea of what this information will feed me in terms of a piece that I can interact with, given that the only thing that is interactable so far is this section past the pipe here. Other than the on-off switches that we could trigger on the other side, of course. Okay, it looks like we have the 2 tracks that are crossing over left and right, as if to imply that I should just never be moving left and right, that maybe I should drop down. Notice, too, that the Magic Koopa is dumping 3 objects into the P slots that go into the conveyors as they drop out. Oh! Maybe this tells me to random seed. Coin. We had Spiny Koopa coin. A coin leaves an empty P block. This is important. This is important because the reason why it tells you not to move is because randomization is dependent on the clock, not a clock, rather on the player movement throughout the entire level. So the Magic Koopa randomization is something that is being manipulated here in such a way that we need to redo this and to see if we can get that to trigger a very consistent clue that's going to match up to some of the visual clues that we've assembled so far from the other side. So for example, you have Spiny Koopa P here, which gives you a value of 0 in the other room, because we have not jumped. Let's start over. Because I'm going to run directly into the pipe, and then I'm going to stand still. I'm not going to press left or right. Let's watch the Magic Koopa spawn. Right, because it is absolutely consistent. Look at that. Look at that. Now, let's get in there, because this is dependent on player input. Let's get in there, and then we will jump. Also notice how it's kind of time locked here. I don't know if I'm supposed to jump once, but I'll just jump multiple times. Jumping produces the result of Koopa, Mushroom, and Buzzy, which actually does match up to one of your other clues again. Koopa, Mushroom, and Buzzy. I think it matches up. Let's try it with a single jump. Hang on. I was doing multiple jumps in that segment before, but let's try it with a single jump. I don't know enough about RNG manipulation, really, but the fact that I do a single jump should be something important. You see coin, Koopa, Goomba. And yeah, that actually gives me the 1 state. Okay, this is really interesting now. Because we now have RNG manipulation. So look at that. 1 jump. It is once again going to consistently give me E-block, Koopa, Goomba. So that's a major insight into how this level is structured. Let's go back to here. So, here's how it's going to work. You have, as you can see, if you do not jump, if it's a 0, then the Magic Koopa randomizer, or rather the Magic Koopa random seed, gives you Spiny, Red Koopa, and then a coin. A single jump gives you this sequence. What this tells me is this, that these arrows may not actually be an illustration. They may... no, it's telling you to draw, though. It is telling you that you need to input a certain input sequence. That if you punch in a certain sequence of buttons when you get into the Magic Koopa room, it's going to correspond to certain results in the randomizer. But then what are those results? That's the thing, is that we don't know how the code entry is going to work or what the code entry that would give us any kind of solution would be. So that's sort of interesting, but I think this... To look at the mechanism here, there's nothing here... Like, this is purely a clue room, right? This is purely a clue room. And... I'm going to try one more thing. I'm going to try to hit the jump button after I'm already trapped inside the blue blocks. Okay, that gives me something... Yep, no, this detects it as though there was no jump. So it looks like the Magic Koopa randomization sequence is kind of locked in at that point. So yeah, it looks like we need to understand 1 or 2 things about how RNG manipulation actually works in this level in order to pass it. But then the question is, how does that affect the way we progress through this level? Because clearly you can't go through in that room. That room is just kind of giving you the whole randomizer, right? So time might still be important here. And yeah, safety of man, what you were saying about this being a whole other level of complexity, that's true. That I have not played a level where RNG manipulation was a deliberate part of the solution that the level actually tells you about. But, I mean, at some point we're going to have to draw some of this stuff and see what it's giving me here. V equals GG. Okay. So, perhaps GG is telling me the victory condition here. NZ M DPA. I was thinking initially that this is some kind of cipher. And it might still be, like if it's some kind of rotational cipher, for instance. And then V equals GG. And we need something that will give me this sequence, although that won't help me in that room because what's happening in the clue room, because let me take a look at the Magic Koopa clue room once more. Suppose, okay, imagine for a second that we managed to get through there in an off state. In an off state, we would land on the upper panel, and all that would give me is the ability to get back out. So, some kind of time clue. I mean, there's the clock that manipulates the switch. I was not really looking here to see if there were any other decorative elements I need to be aware of. There's this little mushroom here. There's this jump clue about the randomizer. And everything else is blocked off by the bottom semi-solid, so I think I do just need to figure out what is being tiled here. So for example, let's say I have a cloud. And I don't know if the drawing clues only apply to this room or also to the other room, but... And of course there's another cloud in the next segment as well, so... But let's say, for instance, pull up the notepad again. We're going to, once again, attempt this with the cloud. You have an initial central setup that is like this. I better do the bottom left side first so I can actually... How many tiles I need here? 1, 2, 2. Let's try to do everything relative to the central column such that you would have something like this, that, and so this is like a lambda, this cloud design. Let's try to look at the red design again too. I may still be reading some of the directional stuff here completely wrong. But let's do the left side first, just so we take care of that. So you're going to have the initial box there. Going to have this. You're going to have this. So that's the left side. Let's fill in the top, which gives me this design, and which gives me this. So I'm kind of understanding the center box as a 3x2 center box. Like how I understood this as, well, the track once again being the central position. Yeah, because I want the track to be basically the 0 position on the x-axis. At least that's just a wild guess. I may be completely wrong about that. But you're going to have something like this. And yeah, outside of the initial 3x2 box. And then we need to fill in down that. I have no idea what this is. But I think I've filled in all dials at this point. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm looking at, but it looks like we're probably a little bit closer to how to read the visual clues. So let me just flick the notes off for a second. We'll try to establish some more of that on the other side. So next we're going to be looking at ice, aren't we? And I already filled that in. Let's do hard block next. Just get the central column in. And let's do the left side first. Now, one thing I'm not really thinking about is whether... Yeah, because I'm attaching what's sort of left and right directly to the left of, you know, the whole object here, and I don't know if I should be maybe reading the left and right clues relative to the central piece as well. That might be messing up my sense of orientation here. When I have something asymmetrical with the central element. Anyway, let's just try to finish this one up. Okay, so that's what the hard block gives me. Quite possible that it is supposed to be some kind of tiling pattern. Once again, if you look at the fact that you have that triangle pattern up top. So next you're going to have donut. We're going to run out of time, but that's okay. Like, there's no way to do this except with a bit of transcription. Yeah, and eventually maybe I'll want to actually fill this in the maker mode, perhaps. That might be a bit of an interesting way to do it. Yeah, left is going to be... Left and right are both going to be filled with 3x3s. So once again, take a look at that. Okay, so... Now... Down gives you a 2x2 piece, which worries me a little bit because I don't know how to center it. Up also does that. Yeah, basically I don't know how to center those pieces. Something like this. I mean, maybe we can just pretend that they're centered, like if we're supposed to actually do them on paper or something. Cloud 2 here is kind of simple as well. Looks like we'll just have, yeah, just extra pieces in every direction. Of course, the fact that my monospace typing here is not in square tiles might actually have an effect here on the images I'm looking at, but if this is at all even close to the right approach, maybe tiling it in the maker mode is the way we should approach it afterwards, just so we can see everything in terms of the coins. So yeah, so we've got a question block. That's going to be something like this as the centerpiece. Have this as a diagonal piece. Oh, have to. Should have done this first. And then, yeah. Okay. And what do we have with a brick? is we have this here. Hey, Progan, welcome. Thought I was all prepared to take notes, and I realized that there was a drawing element to this level, and once again found myself completely caught off guard. Okay, looks like we'll have 2 rows here. For top left, bottom left, and then match this to right. I think it's entirely possible that this is just the totally wrong approach. Depending on whether I'm thinking about the block types we see up top as a tiling clue. I don't know if you've seen this one before. This is a little bit of a... This is really interesting, actually, if you haven't seen this one before, because there is RNG manipulation that is involved in the solution. And so this looks like our only way forward out of the level, actually, is to have some kind of scroll break here. But I wonder if that would be affected by whether we come in here with a different on-off state. So, for instance... Yeah, we know that coming here... Or at least... We know that there's a bit of manipulation we can do here. I actually wonder if we punch this, whether that affects the RNG seating in this room, or if it's purely dependent on loading into the subworld. It's not actually clear to me. I don't quite know the rule here, but I think it is dependent on loading into the subworld. As you can see here, that's registering that as a one jump. You think you've seen Grand Cougar play this? Okay. It's a pretty interesting one, from what I've seen so far. But yeah, that gave me P. Koopa Goomba from the single jump, so it looks like the on-off state, at least the fact that we have toggled the on-off state repeatedly back to on doesn't affect anything as you load into the subworld. It may affect something going into here, but the thing is, going through the door, loading in as the off state, on state rather, yeah, that doesn't really give me much of anything. I still don't know what to make of the... Oh, let's take a look at the backgrounds. Background is still going to be semi-solid on every one of these. It's going to have the same picture frame. That is the 7x4 semi-solid background. I don't know if this could have been 6 months ago, because I didn't think this level was that old, but Tempest Funk can speak to that directly. Maybe it was something similar, who knows. But yeah, it looks like I'll ultimately want to break through here. And the only way I can think of to break through there is, well, 2 possibilities. One possibility is we have Link available, which was something that was kind of suggested in the opening room anyway, that we might be able to come here with a Master Sword, blow this up for more Master Sword, who knows. Got a P door here as well, that's suspicious. Alternatively, it could be something that is dependent on an on-off toggle, such that if you manage somehow to get into the picture clue room with a state set to off, maybe that would also blow up. But those are pretty much the only options I can think of. Still, this is clearly very suspicious and looks very much like the only thing that even resembles an exit. Unless it is a P-switch. Because a P-switch would do a couple of things for you. P-switch would prevent you from coming here, but it would open up the blue pipe. Possibly that's an entry to go somewhere, possibly that is a power-up. Interesting placement of the spike blocks here, implying that you want to leave me the opportunity to lose a power-up, if so necessary. Still don't know what's going on with the time clue up top. But, yeah, it's quite possible that we might just have to assemble the picture clues in the editor. But let me think about this, because this will... Hang on. Go back to the picture clue room. Yeah. Maybe this stuff is telling me about tiling. I'm looking at the top center images now. But if it is a tiling... Yeah, let me think about what this could possibly be doing for me, because like these are potentially some rather large images we're dealing with. I might be just completely misreading the drawing clue though. So at Tempest Monk, you were saying earlier that you wanted to, well, you were suggesting that you wanted to see, or say how people implemented the actual drawing part of the clue. Like, were they actually doing it through ASCII art or the editor or something like that? Because it seems to me that that would maybe be the most reasonable approach from what I'm seeing here. But that's assuming that I'm interpreting these in anything that is even remotely close to the kind of correct or intended order. Yeah. Oh, the other thing that could be possible here is that... So you have, actually, this is interesting, 7 by 4. It could be that I need to think of this as an overlay. An overlay on the initial image that we see up top. Maybe. There's clearly some kind of combination that needs to be done here, and I'm currently not applying the picture clue that we see in the top center. I'm the first to do it through ASCII art. Okay. So that is unprecedented. Maybe the approach is to do it in the editor, but seems like there's quite a lot of copying that would have to happen within the real estate that we have on the screen in order to kind of do it in editor. And we would need to pop out of this level to do it, and that's fine, if that's what's required. But I still have this sense that I'm just misreading how to use the arrows as a clue, because there's clearly some kind of tiling that's going to have to happen. And it's ultimately going to take up quite a bit of space, actually. Because, let me think about this. Yeah, because, for example, the question block here in my current illustration, which I'll just pull up once again. Question block here, you can see that it's 6 tiles high. 6 tiles by 4, that would be, if you wanted to tile them, 24 high. The thing would fit, I guess. 7 wide. 7, the big tiles wide. And yeah, Majestic Acorn Tempest Funk is also a puzzle streamer. He's seen a couple of people here, so Burkowski and Progun and some other puzzle submitters tend to be fairly often. So I don't know who else you've tested this against. This was actually fairly widely played, as you can see from both the 45-second record and the 390 footprints on it. So this is something that has been looked at and does have a precedent of people clearing it. So yeah, I'm just thinking about, like, the way I'm currently approaching it is to think about each block as an image that's composed of the directional clues, and then to perhaps tile every block the way that you see it in the illustration here, but the fact that each of the pieces themselves look kind of nonsensical and that, like, I don't see how they would make sense when tiled. And yeah, Progan, you were telling me that the third accountant got the first, like, actual clear on the initial version of the gallery room that you had seen. I've dropped by their stream before, briefly, but not usually at a time I can make. Anyway, we still don't know what's going on with the cipher clue, but it is something to do with the input manipulation. So I'm nowhere close to reading this stuff yet, although there's probably some kind of matching that's going to go on with the letter clue and what we see later. I still think that this might be something like a cipher. Like something like a you know, mapping between these characters and something that would give us a clue that is more comprehensible. You can't really tell where you've seen it, but you know things you should not know, so you're sure you've seen it. Okay, so you actually have some sense of what's going on here. Because what we picked up so far is just the RNG manipulation. So for example, you know, maybe... Well, the clue is telling me to draw. Otherwise, if the clue were not telling me to draw, I would have actually probably tried to use the arrow signs as a form of an input sequence to punch into that room to see what it gives me. Because I think the flow is probably going to work something like this. That I have to find a particular sequence that I enter into the Magic Koopa room, and it's going to spit out one of these. Ideally, the one that has a GG attached to it, although that seems like it's too trivial, that something else is going on here. Yeah. Interesting. Now, yeah, you've got a somewhat smaller top panel here, but that's because you have 2 tiles on the bottom layer, like on the ground layer. Whereas here you have 1 tile on the ground layer. The reason I point out that difference is because we have those 7x4 picture clues up top. Whereas here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you have an 8x3. That is also blank, and which doesn't tell me anything. Except positionally, maybe that's... top centerpiece is important somehow. Yeah, so we know what this means. Jump or not jump is going to give me that sequence. We know nothing about the drawing clue, really. I feel like the only way to progress is to somehow figure out how to develop our way forward from the drawing clues. And the only kind of anchor I have for that so far is to use the matching of the blocks to the picture clue in some capacity. It could be a tiling, it could be something else. I may just have to try it as a tiling. So why don't we actually do that? Just give me a moment to load up a new file in the editor. Just a minute. I have to kind of disguise my course spot because I've got way too much stuff going on in there. And we have a couple of reference screenshots to get me through this, so why don't I pull up the course maker and erase some space. Okay. Let's just wipe the whole thing. Change it to underground just to... to ghost house, rather, just to have a match. And let's think about those coin clues. So, for example... Yeah, Mario Maker paid... Yeah, I mean, you know, the fact that I have, like, maybe my monospace font not being perfectly square throwing me off here, that might be something that has an effect. So, for example, let's take a look, and I have to say, like, part of why I was kind of reluctant to do this was because I am terrible with using the editor with a controller. I'm pretty much always on tablet. So, for example, when we had the red clue just now, we had a central segment that was kind of like this. Let's add a track. So maybe adding a track will just complicate things. Yeah. So we had a central segment that was like this. And I was reading the arrows and thinking, okay, I could read the arrows a couple of ways. So if I pull up my notes for a second, see that I had red there. I was reading, for example, a left arrow as telling me that I would have something like this. I was reading the right arrow as telling me I had this, and then the diagonals kind of accordingly. So you would have a top segment that gives me this. You would have a top right segment that gives me this. Top left, like this. Then here's where it kind of gets interesting, because I'm sort of thinking, like when it comes to the track, I was thinking about this as a 3x2 box, like a, whoops. I was thinking of this as a 3x2 central box rather than the 3x3 central box. That might have some kind of effect, but I'm not really sure. In any case, the track is my way. Yeah, because I would have like 5 here. And then like this when I decided to fill in the diagonals out of way. So I would have something like this. That's going to be my equivalent of a red tile. Right? And that doesn't tell me anything. Like that looks completely inscrutable to me. You actually stopped using a stylus and it's all right now. Yeah, I only use the controller for tweaks, like, you know, if I'm tweaking something by a tile. Now, so let's say we take a look at something that was from the tiling page. That's... I mean, I still have no idea what that red thing was telling me, but let's say we took a look at the ice block and hard block earlier. So what we had was we had a 7x4 that gave us a design that, oops, let's get over here, was kind of like this, if I recall, that you would have, yeah, I should have gotten a semi-solid out of the way, actually. Let's, or something like this, that you had the ice blocks, and then you had the hard blocks. Kind of like this design. Right? Now, you would have an ice block giving me a design that was sort of like this. That you would have this going on. You would have the central track. And right, these elements on either side. You would add something like this. And oh, I'm out of space already on the bottom layer. Let me just get this guy out of the way. I feel like I'm going to have to use something other than coins for the hard blocks just to keep things organized and apart. But like the way that I'm looking at the drawing that I did for ice, like I'm certain this is not right. And one of the reasons I'm certain it's not right is because, whoops. It does not actually tile. Because you would have all this stuff going on. Like, basically, this is not a square, and it's not going to match up even remotely to the number of rows that we have to deal with the hard blocks. And because you have this stuff... So, for example, let's try to do the hard block design. Yeah, I think I'm just completely misreading it. And we'll just have to pop back into the level to see if there are any other drawing alternatives that present themselves. Because I think right now I just don't understand the arrow clue. And I'm assuming that this is total nonsense. Yeah, so you had a diagonal that, once again, was doing the down diagonal that was relative to this initial 3x2 box. That might just be wrong. Like, maybe everything, like the arrow in all directions, has to be overlapped with the initial track segment. And that would just kind of compress everything horizontally. It would compress everything horizontally by one spot, which is not really helpful. And so, yeah, that's the hard block design down here. And it, too, just kind of looks like total nonsense. So, I think this is just wrong. I don't see this at all being the potential solution. So, why don't we just head back into the level and see what else we can discern. I will save this. Okay. And let me see if I can just go back to Horse World. And just go back into recently played. Yeah, okay, so I guess what I should be doing is looking for some kind of other visual cue that would tell me how to understand the placement of the tracks and the orientation of everything signified by the arrows. Another possibility is that maybe I'm actually quite wrong to be reading these coins as artwork, because look at how each of the numbers of coins are absolutely consistent. In that every time you see a 5, you see the same design of a 5, right? 5 here, 5 here. 5 up above. It's the same design every time. So yeah, like you would see 4, 1, 3, 5, 3. So let's say we read them as numbers. I think that actually works better, because the numbers are consistently represented in this style where like it fills in the top row first and then fills in the bottom row second, such that the odd numbers always take the same shape. So suppose we read these as numerical clues. And I'm just going to do the notes from scratch then, because if we read them as numerical clues, I think suddenly we have a bit of a breakthrough. We have to draw, though. Maybe it is telling me distance. So, for example, if you remember Logo, you know, where you programmed a turtle to run around and to run around a certain number of spots or whatever, that's like perhaps we are supposed to do drawings here that give you things like letters of the alphabet by using these as numbers. So for example, if you look at the top row here, it would be like go right 8 spaces, go down right diagonal 2 spaces, go down 5 spaces, go down to the left 2 spaces, etc. But then that doesn't tell me what my initial conditions are. Like, why would I have 2 track 1 then? Yeah, because if I think about these as numbers, I have a new challenge to solve, which is I don't understand why you would have all of the initial things being, you know, 2 track 1, 5 track 2, etc. Like, if I'm reading them as numbers, I don't know all of a sudden how to apply them. Unless they are a coordinate system. That you have to start from a... Yeah, that you have to start from a coordinate and then do this stuff. I am kind of liking the idea of these being numerical clues. So for example, if you had to position 4, 1, like let's say x equals 4, 1 equals 1, look at that, we actually suddenly have something here. In that you would start at the top middle position. Top middle position is 4, 1. You would go down diagonal 4 spaces. You would go left 7 spaces. And you would go up diagonal 4 spaces. You would suddenly have a triangle that is actually just 1 tile bigger than this triangle. Like, the triangle would be, in that case, extended by a row. Likewise, if you decided to start at coordinate 3, 3, then you would go over 3 spaces, go down 3 spaces, go up 3 spaces, and yeah, you would have a triangle that gives you that kind of shape. Okay, we've got it. We've got it. These are clues that tell you over a sample how to read the drawing system. For example, donut block starts at coordinate 1, 1, goes right by 6 spaces. Ah. Yes, because, okay, no. So the first drawing location includes the tile that you're standing on. So yeah, that would match. Yeah, so the first drawing tile would be coordinate 4-1, then we'll go 4, 1, 4, 1, 5, 2, 6, 3, 7, 4. Then when it says draw 7 spaces, it includes the current space. So the current space is 7, 4, 6, 4, 5, 4, 4, 4, etc. We got it. I understand it. So these 3 samples are only there to tell you how to read the coordinate system. Once you read the coordinate system, which is going to be quite consistent every time, then you return to this drawing canvas and you have initial coordinates. So, red block, initial coordinate is going to be 2, 1, and then it's going to be right 8, southeast, I guess, 2. Okay, we'll come back and we'll actually jot down notes. We've got it. Yeah, the additional picture clues are just to tell you how to read the coordinate system. So, let me pull up my notes once again. We have a whole bunch of junk that I want to get rid of now, but we can do that later. Let's just punch this in. So, red starts in coordinates 2, 1, goes east 8, southeast by 2, south 5, southwest 2, west 8, northwest 2, and this is going to be overlaid on the same picture. That's something that's important to know from the previous clues as well, that tell you how the triangles and squares and such were being drawn. Northwest 2, north by 5, and then northeast by 2. Sorry, I need to actually fit this into the... Here. Here we go. So, next we have cloud, which is going to start at coordinate 5, 2. Then it is from coordinate 5, 2 going to go southeast 3, southwest 3, and then north 5. Let's switch back into the editor. Yeah, because in this way it's easier for me to demonstrate visually exactly what it is I'm doing. Okay. Let me figure out how to actually use this interface. Cursor, there we go. So, we know that we have a 3 by 8 canvas, although we have a coordinate 5, 2, and so like that's going to be sort of interesting. We're going to have a 3 by 8 canvas, but frankly, I don't want to draw on top of a semi-solid because that's a pain. So let's just put ground blocks around this thing. Okay, we're going to have two different block types here. Hang on. Yeah, we won't bother with the ones up top. That was bothering me. We're going to have two different elements here. We're going to have a cloud. We're going to have a red block, rather, and then we're going to have cloud. I think we have made a breakthrough. So, let me just slide this over to the left so I can pull up the notes. The initial position of red block is going to be 2, 1. Now, from that initial position, we are going to draw like this. Oh, wait a minute. 2 and 1. Okay, no, you know what? I probably undersized this frame. Let's just use this as a corner position. This is 2, 1. This is going to be 1, 1. I think I'm reading x-axis first. I believe that should be it. But anyway, it's going to give me 8, including itself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, no, maybe it was 7. Yeah, Electro Dude, we're solving an escape room right now. Thank you for dropping by. Let me actually see what I wrote earlier when I was completely misreading the clues. Maybe I just don't know how to count. No, it was definitely 8 on either side. Okay. So 8. When we go east. Southeast, including the current block, 1, 2. South by 5, including the current block, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so the original picture frame does not matter. It obviously does not fit what we're doing here. Southwest by 2. We gotta move this guy. Then we go west by 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And Rogan, I'm not sure if you're aware of the thing. Like, maybe you're making reference to a thing that went viral with this video clip of this a student who was kind of questioning the foundations of mathematics, and actually asking really good, legitimate questions about the philosophy of mathematics unknowingly. I saw it all over the internet because I just follow too many actual mathematics people who were responding to that seriously and thinking, like, this is a really good question about the origins of algebra and so on. But anyway, where was I? Northwest by 2. North by 5. Northeast by 2. Okay, so that totally connects. We have the cloud here. And yeah, whenever I open multiple windows like this, is already like completely tanking my frame rate, I think. But let me know how the stream performance is going, and hopefully it's not a total disaster. Cloud is going to start coordinate 5, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2. And it's going to go southeast by 3. It is going to go southwest by 3. Hey, get out of here, Mario. It is going to go north by 5. I think this is telling me that I need to pull up something on YouTube. Wait. We got a YouTube code earlier. I can see because of the V equals. That was at the beginning of the text clue. That's a YouTube address. Okay, we're on to something here. Hang on. Let me just save this. Okay, we've got it. We've got it. We're making progress. YouTube videos are almost certainly just going to completely tank the stream. But ding dong. Can I get a ding dong effect? One second here. No, hang on. Yeah. No, let's do this without the notes on. Yeah, we are, sometimes it's just one thing that is clearly barking up the wrong tree for a while, and then, you know, when one thing gets sorted out, a lot of things suddenly come together because we've spent so much time processing all of the other clues in the meantime. Oh, I have to save this thing again, don't I? Because now I added a little sound effect. And let's go back to Course World. And let's pull up the YouTube address. Good thing YouTube has not just changed our visual design in progress of putting this thing together. Played courses. Okay. Let's see what's going to go on here. Now, the issue with the YouTube address is this. That I have not yet decoded this stuff, which is somehow related to the RNG code. Because that's something that I don't know yet. That we have a YouTube address. That we have 0 and 1 that is associated with the clue that we had. It could be that these are numbers. That a certain number of jumps produces the numbers that we want. So I actually just need to go back to the clue room and punch in a certain number of jumps and then observe how many, or rather observe what kind of a combination it gives. So let's do, we already have 0 and 1 jump. Let's do 2 jumps. Two jumps is going to be green Koopa, mushroom. We're going to need at least 3 different numbers here, so let's punch in more numbers until we get some that match our notes earlier. Let's do 3 jumps. And that's going to be P, Buzzy. I don't think that matches up to anything we wanted. Totally tanking the clear rate here, but I think that's required. Yeah, we pretty much have to do jumps until we have full coverage of clues that we saw earlier. Mushroom, spiny, mushroom. Okay. Five jumps. We'll just have to do it possibly all the way. Well, until we fill in, you know, each of the ones that we had seen. Green Koopa, Buzzy. Okay, that actually is familiar. I feel like we did, in fact, see that number earlier. Do we know it's only about jumps? Almost certainly. because the 0 and 1 is based on number of jumps, and because you see the left and right arrows crossed out here. 6 jumps is going to give me Red Koopa, Coin Goomba. That's P Goomba, rather. From the code in the other room. Yeah, because the 0 and 1 clues are the ones that give you the notion that this is going to be about the jumps. So that's going to be Green Koopa, E, Red Koopa, and that's for 7 jumps. So I can tell you already that we do have some matches with what was going on in the other room. Like, some of these numbers are clearly part of the solution. So this is going to be 8. Going to be giving you Red Koopa, Mushroom, Red Koopa? No, Goomba, okay. And then finally 9 jumps. And even if some of these numbers are not being used now, they might be relevant later in the level, so we want to keep them regardless in our little notepad. 9 is going to give me Red Koopa, Mushroom, Red Koopa. And yeah, that does present a match with what we had earlier, so... one moment while I kind of just get my notes organized, and I'll just put them back up onto the screen. But see that we're about to get a YouTube press. Let me just figure out how we go. Okay, so we know that we're going to have some notes first of all. YouTube address is going to be v equals gg. And then it's going to be Green Koopa P Buzzy, which is going to be 5. NZ. And then that's going to be 9. M. Green Koopa P Mushroom is going to be 2. EPA. So that's going to be our YouTube address. Give me one moment while I try to punch that into a browser. And yeah, we'll see. I had not planned on trying to run this at full screen, but see if I can pull up video source somehow. Just give me a moment. And you can see all the very incriminating YouTube suggestions that are on the side column, I bet, when I actually pull up the video. Who knows? Okay, let's see. To punch in the code. And is it going to give me something? It's going to give me a 20-second video by The Tempest Funk. And my browser is going to be a bit of a disaster here, so just give me a moment while I try to pull that up. And it's going to give me a cipher in the video description too. Just give me a moment. It is going to be like a rotational cipher, I'm pretty sure, or it would just be too hard. Let me try to pull up a browser. Here's what we're looking at right now. And let's play the video. So you can see that it's by Tempest Funk, who has 210 views on this thing. It was published in May. And yeah, this is definitely a cipher. Okay, once again, as with last week's puzzle, my local audio is way too low for me to make out anything, although maybe that is just nonsense and we need to eventually scramble this backwards or do some kind of audio processing to the video. But anyway, let me try to just raise my local volume a bit and actually hear what's going on. Sounds very much like backwards audio. Yeah, it's definitely backwards audio. If I can find some way to do a backwards playback, that seems like it'll be something relevant to us soon, but then we also have the cipher to work with. And I feel like it's just going to be a rotational cipher. Such that... And in fact, I already kind of know that it's probably just rotated forward by one character. How do I know that? Because the letter B and the letter F, they're rotated one forward from vowels, such that, for example, let me just copy this text over to the notepad. Give me a moment while I do so. And yeah, it's just going to be a Route 13 cipher, probably displaced by one space. At least a title. We'll copy this, but let me just change the text align so you can actually see. One. And okay, so there we go. So there's our YouTube clue. There's our video that we'll probably have to do something with the audio at some point, but let's do the cipher first. And I mean, I can do this manually, but I think I'd rather do this mechanically. So just give me a moment while I try to bring up a Route 13 decipherment tool. Okay. I absolutely do need to play that backwards, but you know, in the meantime, we'll just do the cipher first, since that's going to be a little more accessible. My windows are a mess. And let me... I mean, it's not going to be rotation 13, it's going to be rotation 1. Or rotation 25, actually. Rotation 25 gives you the title A Reversed Video, which is obvious. Let me just pull that up on the screen so you can actually see it. Sorry, I'm just juggling so much stuff here in terms of monitors. Not monitors, but, you know, displays. And we'll just copy this. After this point, everything will be written in a Caesar cipher, shifting every letter by 1. But if you're reading this, you probably already know. Okay. So yeah. And that's a reversed video, so we just need to play it. Just let me figure out how I can do a backwards replay on YouTube. Get that sorted out fairly quickly. Reversing a YouTube video. Now, Tempest Funk did indicate in the previous puzzle that it should be possible to do this using some kind of browser-based tool. So I don't need to muck around with too much software. Or I can just export the audio somehow and reverse that instead. I don't know. I'll just need a moment to browse around for some kind of solution. Do that. You use capwing.com, okay. Okay, so they have a reverse video tool. Play a YouTube video backwards. And reverse video tool. Okay. Let me just plug in the rest if I can. Oh wow, this is a little broken for me right now, so moment. Yeah, it's actually not letting me punch in the link. So just give me one moment to see. First video tool. Ah, nope, got it. Fetching contents. And then we'll just show you how this is going. So this is what I'm looking at right now. Create the reverse. And we'll just let it process in the meantime. This might take a moment, so let's just hide this for the moment. And, oh, it is here. Let's hope the audio is nice and coherent. I would say that the volume does seem normalized to be or not normalized, but like the volume tends to be set a bit low on all of these, but I've cranked up my local volume quite a ways up, and it was fairly audible on a stream last time when I did last week's. So I think it's just how I've got things set up locally. So let's put this in. Don't particularly mind that there's a watermark.
Hey, you figured out how to reverse the audio. Great job getting so far in this. Now, you want to go to the blue ice block in the first room underneath the clock and jump when the timer reaches 300 seconds. Good luck.
Okay, so there you go. I should probably jot that down. We knew that there was an on-off toggle that was there, and we also saw the time clue, and so now that has been pieced together. And Mike Universe, thank you for dropping by for so long. Yeah, see you around. If you want to see the solution, you can always drop back into the VOD afterwards. Or you could just try to level yourself. If you want to try to level yourself, actually, Mike Universe, I'll punch in the code for you. For anybody who wants to give this a go. And yeah, have a good night. Okay, so I've got the backwards video at this point. Let me just juggle my various windows that are all over the place. And yeah, it looks like there's going to be some kind of off-screen track timer then that I'm going to synchronize with at 300 seconds. quite possibly it will be something like a P-switch activation for the P door. I can't imagine that it could be much else, but we'll find out in just a moment. Of course, the way that Mario Maker's loading would work, we didn't technically have to restart here. We probably could have done this just by letting 100 seconds run from the point of entry into this room. Except when you come back into this room, something is manipulated, because obviously coming back here drops the blaster that prevents you from heading into the right side. So yeah, never mind, you actually would have to do this from the first pass in this room at the 300-second mark. This is the method you use to upload multiplayer levels. Okay, interesting. Oh, as a multi and single gate. Okay, so let's just sit this out. And we'll be there in a moment. Yeah, apart from barking up the wrong tree for so long with the picture clue, I think we've been doing fairly well. And there we go, there's the P. Aha! So... Oh, whoops. Yeah, no. I shouldn't have done a little victory jump there. Now I have to wait another 100 seconds. Okay, that's fine. We'll take that time to talk. So yeah, it is based on a block that is at some point loaded into the track from off-screen. And as you can see, that is your only opportunity to get it from this spot. Of course, if you knew precisely what the trajectory of the block was going to be, you could probably cut a little bit of a corner here, speedrun-wise, but... Well, I mean, it depends on how the off-screen setup or the proximity detection is working in the first place, like what kind of range there is on it. You can only figure out so much without seeing the mechanism, just by jumping about and seeing what the ranges are. But yeah, we should just wait, be a bit careful, not spend the second jump needlessly. Hit the P-switch, get through either the P door or possibly... I mean, actually, definitely, unless you're containing something, the bricks under the blue pipe will be released. Unless they're containing some kind of object, but then I don't see why they would block the pipe if they were. They should be breakable and therefore switchable to a P. Switchable to coins with a P switch, rather. Well, that's what I'm thinking. It's going to block off the current door and block off the current pipe. It's going to open the P door and also open up the blue pipe, which might spit out some kind of power-up. And it spits out another P. Okay, great. In case you missed a timer. Okay, that works. Aha! So now everything is rotated by one character. This is once again time. Like UJNF is TIME. We know that. We also know that that's not going to give me anything. It looks like this will take me to another part of the level that may or may not give me the same Magic Koopa mechanism. Let's try... Oh, how rude. No, that's not what it's saying. It's saying, reset. Reset. And... jump. Reset and jump at the... Reset and jump at the CL... reset and jump at the clock. Okay, let's Write this down, yeah. Set and jump at the clock. We haven't checked the picture room yet, though. Reset and jump at the clock. But then... let me think about this. We should inspect more of the level before we do anything like that. This is going to give you different patterns than before. I think. Yeah, this is actually going to be a different set of patterns now. But it looks like the same picture clue. Oh, I see. No, this is just an equivalent to what we were seeing earlier. It's actually just the same room as before, rotated 1, I think. But let me just check that against the thing that we had. Yeah, I think this is just kind of leaning into the rotation clue. It's not actually new material. So for example, 0 is now giving me oh, maybe not. Let me think about this. Key Koopa Goomba. Yeah. So I think none of this is actually relevant. It's just giving me the exact same stuff, but rotated. But let me see if there's a... oh, there's no door to the extra picture clue either, so... yeah, this is just, you know, V equals GG, etc. And the numbers are rotated by 1. So there's actually nothing interesting going on here that I know about yet. I think we just need to reset and hit the clock. If we reset and hit the clock, though... I think we need to reset at the checkpoint. Like, I need to let the timer run down and, or hit the spike, rather. And then activate from the checkpoint. Whoops. Now, let's try it once again at... oh, no, it's actually going to drop down directly. So that's wrong. Okay, reset and jump at the clock. Quite possibly we need to reset through here. Okay. I think this is eventually going to be the exit here. That we do need to spawn a bomb or something that will get us through. Or possibly as like a Master Sword. We need to... reset and then... yeah. Hang on. Let me check this just to be absolutely diligent. Okay. I mean, we have a very clear clue here, which is reset and jump at the clock. But I want to see what else is kind of manipulable in the meantime, because we need to reset and jump at the clock probably at a specific time, right? That there would be another invisible block that would be triggered there somehow. Reset and jump at the clock. Wait. There's more. There's more. I didn't read the whole thing. Okay. No. I just didn't read the whole message. I just stopped at the clock. Whoops. Okay, so it says reset and jump at clock. Yeah, let's not be silly and let's actually read the clues for a change. So UV W, yeah, W, E, yeah. When the time is equal to something. When a time is equal to TWIC twice. When time is equal to twice the sum of the... You just recognize some of these after a while. ANG... twice the sum of the angles of probably triangle. Yeah, triangle. When a time is equal to 360, okay. So that's going to be 360. Which actually lines up neatly with the 45-second completion time. Think about it. Because we know the record time on this is 45 seconds, we're going to hit this at 40 seconds. So it is going to be... Yeah, reset and jump at clock when the time is equal to twice the sum of the angles of a triangle. So it pays off to read the whole clue for once. Yeah, everything that has happened since figuring out the image clue has, I think, cascaded quite nicely. I'm quite happy with it. Mega. Okay. Oh, okay, I guess that wouldn't get me through, Wait. Oh, this is just congrats. Yeah. It's not something rotational. Magic Koopa. And clear. Well, thank you for that, Tempest Funk, and thank you for the GG. Yeah, just one major sticking point there. And that was something that once I recognized how to read the clues coherently, I mean, obviously I was able to assemble that without any kind of outside hints. And so I think that kind of demonstrates that the clues are able to explain themselves. That was relatively clear. So yeah, just changing our mind and our course of action from that one blind alley we were chasing was really enough to put this together, and I can see why this is very well liked and also fairly widely cleared. So thank you once again for sticking around for so long to watch this one get played. I don't know if I will be running this stream at the same time next week because I might have a conflict, but certainly the next time I run a backlog that will give me the time to do longer puzzles, I will definitely go on to Escape Rooms 2 and 3. So, since D.I. Progan has been waiting around for so long, and since we did have only part of the Link Poison Escort level completed earlier this week during viewer levels, let's actually go back to that one and do the whole thing. I need to clean up some of my windows first, though. Just give me one moment. Also, just to reduce some memory usage so we don't run into potential issues. Yeah. Just give me a moment to maintain a bunch of stuff on the back end. Then we'll punch in the code, which is, you have it written down, CYM 5TG. So number 2 is your most popular, and you were warning me, I think, in advance that 3 is supposedly really hard, but, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, and hopefully, yeah, hopefully I'll be a little better able to catch the things that I'm unprepared for. I'm just going to assume that there's going to be some sort of out-of-game exercise that I will be underprepared for, and I'll just have to deal with it when it comes. So, Lick Poison Delivery, there only ever was one clear on it, but that's almost certainly just due to length. I think everything here that we had done so far was pretty manageable, with just a bit of fixing up of execution mistakes here and there. So what I will do is I'll do the first segment. This is a multi-checkpoint level with 6 different fragments past the repeatable checkpoint, and we previously cleared 2 out of 6, and so I'll do the ones that are unfamiliar to me first. Okay, no, let's do this over. And yeah, Tempest Funk, thank you once again for dropping by to see that whole thing get played. You have a good night. Whoops, bomb. Here we go. And... okay. Let's run across this thing. That was a bit of an execution barrier last time I was doing this, but... whoops. Nope. Hang on. Okay, here we are. And once again. Yeah, just dashing straight across. Do that. Then this is purely execution over here. Head bump is a way better way of doing that. Now, I want to dash across, like that. Okay. Wow, that was a save. From bumping the mushroom back up. No, that was not a save. I was too impressed with the previous save. Too impressed and far too complacent. Okay. There we are. Yeah, nice saves rarely tend to last me very long. Okay, let's get over here. And jump up. Whoops. Get through here. It's going to dash smoothly across for a change. And yeah, let's just bump the POW directly. That's, no. Okay. Oh, this shouldn't take long. I know how it goes. It's a matter of getting some of that positioning cleaned up. Okay, tap that. Okay, whoops. Nope. Have to cross that at full speed. Reset with a rotten mushroom pipe? I don't know. The more I think about it, you know, obviously things don't necessarily have to be designed with a streamer's style of playing in mind, in terms of what realistically gets played on Twitch and in what order. If you are designing for Twitch, though, I would say that for levels that are likely to require multiple fragments or multiple segments instead of being done all at once, for the huge multi-checkpoint levels, and you know I'm a huge fan of the huge multi-checkpoint levels, I think the introductory segment before the repeatable checkpoints should actually be kept fairly simple, as mostly a kind of low execution tutorial zone. And the reason I say that is because simply that every time you go back into the level to learn new stuff and to explore the new segments, this part will have to be repeated. Now, it gives you a lot of the essentials. It's just that you... Like, and I'm not sure that a Poison Mushroom reset would really do anything to that, really. Although I'm not sure what you have in mind. But I kind of have the sense that, you know, the segment that is likely to be repeated the most, if you are playing this over multiple fragments, should be generally something that's not fussy to get through. But then I guess I'm having maybe more trouble with things like the trampoline here than you anticipated. In that it seems like the kind of thing where, you know, the input to do that would be just very easy to overlook, because if you know what you're doing, it's just so simple to execute every time, right? And that it barely even registers as a problem. Ah, okay, a reset past a P-switch, so you have a bit of a midpoint, yeah. Although part of the issue here, too, is that I'm losing the Master Sword. It's not that I'm just losing the mushroom. But that if you are losing the mushroom, you are almost certainly also losing the Master Sword, because you would be losing the mushroom to consuming it. Unless it's just being crushed by the thwomp. Like, most of the things that kill the mushroom here also hurt you, is what I'm saying. Although you could just kind of run away from the mushroom and try to hit a reset door. Yeah, with an active P-switch to get you back out. I do see what you're saying. You probably don't have any doors left? Yeah, I wouldn't think so either, just given how large this thing is. Okay. So far, so good. Dash. Bounce. And yeah, over here. And let's not overshoot. Okay. Nope. Too aggressive. I mean, first segment here is fairly straightforward, though. It's keeping the mushroom on the second moving platform past the P-switch gate that becomes a bit more of an issue. Okay. That's okay, we'll be through this in no time, I'm sure. Okay, forward. And I'll just need to remain fairly centered and have a bit of a push and pull here. Okay. Nope, too soon. Pretty close though, pretty close. And let's tap this. Tap this. Tap that. Whoops. Didn't expect to get bounced. Very last thing is the hardest. If you remember, I did it correctly. Well, if you remember correctly, I did it the first try. Yeah. Yeah, I did. I never did have any trouble with that. First time I got through. Whoops. But then I think I just had a, you know, decently sharp sense of pacing the last time I approached that. So we'll see how this goes. Okay, down here. And over. And back here. And yeah, we'll just do a bit of a tug like this. Here we go. Without overshooting. Nope. Yeah, I always have to remember that the mushroom is likely to outrun me by a tile when it's trying to catch up to me, that it does have some forward momentum that brings it one tile too far relative to my position. And that's the thing that I'm partly running into issues with, even though I know it's going to happen. Yeah, like with an initial delay, but it is partly the kind of slingshot effect of it moving forward like one tile past my own position. That is something I need to adjust around, that I'm not as safe as I think I am when I'm on the bottom platform. Nope. And yeah, I can see how the wind-up delay becomes more of an issue there. Let's see. Try to hit the timer accurately. Okay. Go. I'm still thinking about the Magic Koopa RNG in the last segment. That's the input dependency is entirely based on the sequence of jumps, completely independent of the timing of the jumps. Like, I never knew with that much detail just how the input dependency of the Mario Maker 2 RNG worked, because I always assumed that it would depend not only on the precise input sequence, but also on when they were going down. And apparently not. It's entirely just input order. That you press no buttons and you press a certain number of jumps, like the only thing that determines the Magic Koopa spawning is the number of jumps. And I'm still thinking about how to use that, because like I haven't seen really any levels apart from that last one where that was a functional puzzle element. But anyway. Still just kind of thinking about that because I'm just, at this point, getting past an execution check here. I've pretty much seen how this part goes. No, I just missed. Wow. I was too busy keeping my eyes on the mushroom itself and not keeping my eyes on my own positioning as Link. Yeah, that was pretty much an eyeline perception issue there. I was watching the mushroom, just not watching where I was going. Yeah, I guess the thing about something like the RNG sequencing there is that it is kind of difficult to show to the player. Like, the fact that I was able to read that clue came from it being very well signaled in that level, but then figuring out how to read that clue and reading that RNG manipulation was going on is something that, you know, is a substantial part of the level and takes some work on the part of the player. And so, you know, to make a level that involves that mechanic is naturally going to make that a pretty significant and memorable part of the level. That, like, it's not something that's common game knowledge anyway, right? That I don't know that a lot of people even necessarily would stop to think about how Magikoopa RNG would be affected, and it seemed like I got a pretty significant handicap on that level just by understanding that and just by being able to read the Magikoopa clue quickly. And okay, so get through this. Nope. Yeah, here partly a matter of timing, partly a matter of my positioning under the on-off switch that I need to hit. I should throw the bomb earlier in general to take advantage of the bomb walk that is in the night theme. That's something that I had not really been using at all, and it does give me the opportunity to throw the bomb nice and early. That early is fine, late is not fine, because the bomb walk is a part of this. And the bomb walk, for all I know, may be part of a later puzzle solution, and I know that actually is an element I've seen you use before in a similar night ground level, so kind of expecting that to be relevant. Okay. Nope. And hey, me is Be Chicken. Yeah, we're having tons of fun. Hope you're having fun as well. I don't know how much of the escape room solution you stuck around for just now, but that one was very unique. Lots of stuff that mechanically I hadn't really seen used in a puzzle level. This is only our third level of this session because we have just done the Grakowski water level and then the escape room from Tempest Funk. And yeah, Progan, I was also surprised that Tempest Funk was not somebody who had come over from one of the other puzzle communities that we know about. And I guess he just got lucky by finding that I was somebody who was willing to play escape rooms when Tempest Funk dropped me Escape Room 4 last week. Miasby Chicken, if you're referring to the Alpha Rad troll level that you sent me a little while ago, yeah, we'll go back to that at some point, probably. I mean, it's very popularly played, and so, like, it's one that I think has probably been widely recorded and solved. So it's not like we'd be discovering anything particularly new, but it might still be a fairly interesting experience, just given how far I'd gotten with that. Look at that. Yeah, trying to do a bit of correction there, and once again not accounting for that bit of movement lag from the poison mushroom that tries to follow you around with a change in direction. Nice early bomb. Okay, so there is actually one other video on YouTube of the escape room. Yeah, it seemed fairly widely played at this point, so I'm not surprised at that at all. Would be interesting to see what people would struggle with. Whether they would have a different point of difficulty than what I did. In that, you know, I was most stuck on a picture clue, but part of that was kind of coming from a certain natural reluctance to properly process the picture clue and break out the tools to do that. Anyway, we previously saw rooms 1 and 2. To the left, we saw the Dry Bones room, we saw the Potable room. Let's start with the Skull Track room. And looks like we need to create platforms here. Whoops, no. I needed to stay on the bottom layer, and I needed to not outpace Poison Mushroom by that much, because I need to drop it from the claw. However, no. The on-off gap was open. Not start over. Yeah, so the state was on, so I could have come through the clouds, led the Poison Mushroom across, gone down ahead of it, and then activated the on-off switch. So it's okay to get ahead a little bit, because I'll probably want to anyway. Come on, drop, drop, drop. Drop! Okay, no. Nope, let's not start over. Okay. But yeah, just not really expecting claw range to be quite that tight there. But yeah, we're still... Well, I wasn't really watching what was going on with the Mecha Koopa. I didn't see that he would be dropped by the P-switch. I thought that I would be okay. And yeah. There we go. It's going to do a bit of catch-up here. No, no, no. I just need to hit the P-switch and then land on the other side. Yeah, I just wasn't expecting the Mecha Koopa drop. Because it is a bit of a weird arc. I think I do, in fact, need to land on the Mecha Koopa on its way down in order to get the bounce, because otherwise the jump arc there, it's not just going to get me over to Mecha Koopa, even with the E-block activation on the other side. So yeah. Just need to catch it on its way down, I think, and then... There we go. Oh, timed arrow shot. That's going to be the death of me every time. And, yep, mushroom needs to go through. ESB Chicken playing Borderlands right now? Yeah, enjoy. Saw that there was... I'm not up on Borderlands 3 at all, but I did see that there was some new Season Pass content going on for that. I don't know if I'll ever play 3. I did enjoy 2 and pre-sequel quite a bit, but it's one of those things that if I have to make some cuts in my lifestyle, Borderlands is a fairly easy thing for me to cut. Okay. I cannot do timed arrow shots, like, at all. I just don't know the arcs well enough. Like, every single Link level I've played in recent memory that has had a time-sensitive arrow shot like that, including a number of music levels, has given me quite a bit to struggle with. I don't know if you had seen me fight with some of those, but I was playing some things like Link music levels a few weeks ago, and that was consistently an issue with levels that had clear rates that I was not worried about, but when I actually played them, it became apparent to me that firing arrows at targets is probably one of the skill sets in Mario Maker where I am below average. In that I see clear rates of levels that require them, and require them heavily, and they are consistently harder than I expect, because I miss the arrow shots. It's very clearly designed for arrows. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to juggle the poison mushroom under my feet if I'm slapping with a sword, but I just need to find a consistent location. I guess I just still don't have a very good, you know, visual perception for what the arrow arcs are supposed to be. Okay. Oh, I have to juggle this guy anyway. Nope. And I have to juggle this guy while not hitting the on switch. I'm bringing up that reset screen pretty much every time, and it is going to get me into trouble someday. Hopefully not in this level, but it is going to get me into trouble, and, you know, I think anybody who has played this much of the game at this point is somebody with a history of doing that. Like, everybody has done it at some stage. But the fact that I keep bringing it up every time is a bad sign. Very bad sign. Okay. Hey, a menu. Welcome, hope you're doing well. We are only on our third level of this session because we had a very lengthy but very satisfying escape room experience earlier. Yeah. So, we have an on switch that is accessible, and it is going to release the poison mushrooms somehow. And the end state here is that I want the poison mushroom to come up here. The way to do that is that this needs to be in an off position, and the P-switch needs to be active. If the P-switch is activated and everything is in off position, I'm able to drop in this slot here, down to the lowest level. But I would want to do something like a bomb drop. Oh, maybe not. I actually might need to lead the mushroom over here first. Leading the mushroom over here will drop something on the P-switch. Then I need to lead it back. So let's just do this. So is the mushroom going to come over? Yeah. Okay. Nope. And I wanted to fire that, and I just missed once again. But yeah, menu. Hope it's been a fine time on your side as well. I don't know if you've had a chance to see many more plays on your troll level. Whoops. Let's not start over, but let's take the hit quickly. I had the right sequence, I just missed the arrow shot. again and again. But this is a fairly simple room to deal with, all things considered. I think the flow of it was pretty clear to me right from the start. Thing I'm not certain about is what to do with the muncher on the right. It might be that it... Oh, it could be that the jump block on the right drops a POW. Hey, come on. Mushroom, come here. Why is the poison mushroom not coming down? Well, I guess I should have had a little bit extra time to lead it over before I... Yeah, it's probably just still trapped, maybe. I can't actually see, that's the issue. I can't see what's going on upstairs. First time was a fluke. Okay. Yeah, because I do need to wander over here in order for the poison mushroom to fall all the way down once everything has been activated, right? Yeah, I kind of see what the blocks on the right are doing for me now. Ooh, I don't know if I like that. Because I need this guy to come over here. I guess the first time was a fluke, except that makes this room now significantly more complex than I had accounted for. Yeah, in that, I guess I was sort of fortunate with the poison mushroom momentum working the way that it did. Okay. You know what? Ah, that works too. Oh. Well, I mean, that's going to be death, but... slapping it with a sword actually was something that was functional. Bit of a weirder solution than what I had in mind, and that it's a little bit time sensitive to get the arrow shot down afterwards, but it works. Nope. Maybe that's not entirely intended when it comes to the momentum there. It does kind of seem like cheese. I liked the first solution better, to be honest. But then I guess I'm still not using this red stack. Okay, I like this a lot better. But it does not behave consistently, does it? Okay, yeah. Yep, missing once again. And you even gave me a target of 2 on-off switches there to be extra generous, and... bug fixing this gives you a reason to put a reset in. Yeah, I didn't know if you were still doing any work on this one. It did, of course, only have 1 clear prior to me, but not many plays, so I assumed you weren't really sending it around for whatever reason. And once again... yeah, poison mushroom... not coming down. It does seem inconsistent. But inconsistent in a way that I can't quite place, simply because everything there is going on off camera. Yeah. I mean, I can't see where it is, and so that's a bit of an issue. So maybe I can just try the sword method again. At this point, because I can't get the other way to work consistently, maybe the sword method is just a better idea. It really does not feel intended. But every time, cannot get a single arrow shot down. Particularly on the diagonals, I have a lot of trouble with them, and I have a lot of trouble with accidentally pulling out bombs when I do the diagonal shots as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting the impression that neither of the solutions that I've had so far are actually intended, partly because I'm not using the red stack at the moment. But, like, the top row of the 5 red blocks. Okay. Intended way is to get rotten onto the red blocks above the on-off switches. I thought it was probably like that, but it seemed extremely fussy. That would be dependent on, you know, jumping to raise it up there and then activating the switches. I don't know. It honestly didn't seem like a very fun solution. The intended way, but we have clouds here. Looks like... Yeah, I needed to keep it on that stack and really center its position. Let's scout. And you were saying that it's because of the power-up behavior of the poison mushroom that I would not be able to reset through any of these doors, right? That was the reason for that. Nope. Bad timing. Let me just see what's going on up here again. Because it looks like it's going to be an arrow shot, but if it's an arrow shot, I need to... Ugh, and the poison mushroom is going to be following me at this stage. Like, it's going to be on the platform with me. It's going to feel really tight. And then, at this point, it's going to be nudged against this segment here, so I just tap, set it down. And then, yeah, that would give me a vine. Vine would take me up top. Time bomb that I get into the pocket below and the rotten goes above, yeah. I guess I don't find the timing checks as interesting as the logic checks, but that's just, you know, my preference when it comes to these things. Okay, I just needed to really get that stabilized on that central column. That will take a couple of attempts to sort out. But we'll see. I mean, the bomb room was kind of strange in that it looked like it was something that was fairly easy. And then it was just a whole bunch of stuff that was unintended. How do I get stability on this position? I really do need to think about this. Yeah, because just following the coin markers... I guess I'm too far to the right, but that it is supposed to jump up here. Oh, I see. It's supposed to jump up here when the snake blocks are kind of making their way over, and so you would have 2 tiles to work with. Okay. Tricky, but we'll do it. Nope. Okay. Okay. Okay, nope. Almost. Yeah, the positioning here... I mean, we kind of had the right idea behind the solution, I think, but... Yeah, making use of that jump over the cloud. That's the way to do it. Nope, I was trying to get the poison mushroom to stay on the cloud, because I guess once we're here, I need to slap it with the sword in order to keep it back. And that would be the way to do it. That it's going to approach me, and I just need to keep it at bay with the sword, and then fire a very quick arrow shot to the right. Okay. No. I need to stand on this first until it comes over. Then it gets onto the snake block, and then I launch. So the cloud is for me. You forget a shield is better for or worse in terms of deflection. My concern with the shield is that it's going to remain too close to me for me to have enough time to get the arrow shot down. I feel like I want to keep a bit of distance. But maybe a shield is fine initially when I'm just still making my way over. Maybe. I'll have to see. Okay. And, okay. That's too aggressive. Yep, figuring out your own level on the fly is something that will happen from time to time. But I guess the thing about the Master Sword generally is that it is a very high-risk, high-reward item in a way, in that, you know, there's so much you can do with it that is well beyond the power of any of the other items in the game, but they require you to stand so close to your targets that you always have so much going on at melee range. Yeah, actually, maybe a shield is slightly better, and I don't have any timing window there at all. Really do need to be quick. Yeah, I only have the opportunity to bump that back once, and then I need to go for the shot immediately. Okay. Yeah, actually, shield is much less risky given the distances I'm working with. Okay. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Okay, we have the right side segment to do. I don't know what the question block is about, but that must be it. Hey, that's kind of neat. Yeah, that was clearly a timing thing to get out of POW. Looks like there's supposed to be a bomb drop in here, actually. But then why would I be climbing on the lower level? Because it seems like I'm supposed to send mushroom over this way. Like, this looks very clearly like it's supposed to be a bomb crush. And moreover, that the bomb crush on the left side would also lower the blaster, because it would be within range of a hard block. And eventually, there's going to be a POW drop. Okay, so let me just figure this out. Whoops. Nope. And yeah. Looks like I actually did need to... Oh. I guess that is always going to be a risk with the POW drop, is that if the bomb heads to the right side, then that's just going to be a problem. Because I want to send... Mushroom... Because it's going to be on the blue segment. And I don't want it to fall in. I need it to head over. And so, like, basically the on-off switch has to be activated when it's transferring from here to here. Ooh, that's gonna be tricky. So, Aminisa 90, even if you wanted to add the code, you would want to use the exclamation mark correctly, but in any case, the queue is not operating. Anyhow, as you may have learned earlier in the stream, if you had, in fact, heard what I was saying. Nope, no, don't want to hit it, just want it to slide over. This last segment has me a little worried, though. But then that's partly because I don't know what's going on with the bullet blaster, and whatever it wants to fire into that one slot where the cloud block is. It's clearly going to fire something. Or at least it has room to fire something. Okay, let's bridge this. Nope. Okay. Okay, so I need to... Oh, okay, the blaster fires POWs. I need to activate the on-off switch before I go down. The way I... No, not like that. I actually need to lead the poison mushroom up and then head up and... Yeah, manipulate his position somehow so I can get up top to toss a bomb and swap all that before I get through. That just generally seems really tricky. But let's get over here. Now, yeah, now that I'm paying attention to the blaster, the POW is something that will come back. And so what I can do is I can let the POW float. Nope. Okay. 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 No. I had the right idea. At least I had the right idea for getting it over onto blue, but then I'm quite a bit more trouble in terms of trying to get it over to red afterwards. I just don't see... Unless it's something really weird like a time diagonal shot, which... You know, like jump off the vine, fire a shot, and then land back on a vine. That would be... Well, given my experience with diagonal shots with the arrow, that's not something I'm looking forward to. Track block is actually to show you how to rotten it's out of play, you say, if it falls down, but okay. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I completely thought that was a bomb crush. And a lot of it is because I was conditioned by the earliest part of the level. Okay. And that's not going to go anyway. So I guess that's not really the intended solution. And that's okay. Doesn't need to be. Except I think I do in fact need to do a time diagonal shot. Which is going to cause problems. Particularly because I need to think about how to manage my facing direction with the arrows. No, I shouldn't do that. I just use the arrow method. Yeah, it's the intended path, but you can see how I'm just like doing everything in my power to avoid having to do more diagonal shots. Yeah, it probably is just me, because I seem to have way more trouble with it than anybody else. Maybe it's a D-pad thing too. Maybe people who use stick don't have this problem. But okay, we got it. One of them anyway. Nope, I need to stay on the left of this vine. Okay, it is doable. It's just I need to stay on the left side of the vine. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. If I just kind of premeditate my input sequence and do it quite precisely, it should be a hit. Yeah, just need to stay on the correct side of the vine. Okay. Okay. Okay, not too bad. Now we just retread the parts that I saw earlier. Bone shell first. And... okay, and then... yeah, it's going to be... drop and then crouch and then drop and then crouch. Nope, wrong. Yeah, fairly simple segment once I understand it mechanically and understand what the interaction is supposed to be. Nope. That is a bit of a timing issue. So let's go back. No, not here. Bone shell. Okay. Perilously close to the edge, but we managed to get it. Okay. Let's drag it over. Yeah, if I know how it is supposed to behave, then everything comes together. If I let go of the down button early, yeah, I mean, I think I just needed to hit immediately when I go under the icicles that are supposed to fall, and that solves the problem for me. Okay, I do remember... Whoops, no, yeah, I needed to have it jump first and then brace it. Let's not start over. That would be a pretty terrible idea at this juncture. Yeah, I remember having a little bit of trouble with the thwomp at the end of this segment, but if we do everything on the first cycle, should be fine. Okay. Nope. No, I needed to do an arrow shot and a pow and I just missed. Okay. Okay. Nope. I do remember being sniped by that guy. Many, many times. And it's gonna jump. Nope. Too soon. Yeah, very sneaky Potoboo, just sitting on the track the whole time, waiting for its moment to strike. Okay. Now then I push. Let's wait for the appropriate timing. Okay, not nearly as bad as how I did it last time. Going to do enforce the on state. Going back here. Grab the safety coin. And let's not die to that guy. So yeah, thank you for that. I'm sure we exposed tons of revisions that you might want to make with it. Oh, 6 minutes behind the record. What's that? Yeah, and that's going to be clear number 2. Okay. So, thank you, Electric Dude, for the GG as well. Yeah, I'm going to bring up some more things that I had listed. I did have a couple of other things that were all puzzles. Let's take a look first of all at... Oh, thank you for that. Also reminds me to turn my local volume down, because I had turned it way up for some of the escape room clues earlier on. Thank you so much for the cheers. Okay, what was I looking at? Yes. I had a couple of different one-screens or apparent one-screens lined up. And then... So yeah, this is from Loopin' Snoop, who isn't here to enjoy it, but sure. Loop will find out about this afterwards. Yeah, this is Shelmet Shocked. One screen puzzle. Break your way through of these handy hard hats, and then something in Japanese. I'm going to actually point my translation engine at it, although I'm sure Loopin' Snoop probably just did a machine translation into Japanese, unless they actually do speak Japanese, which would be news to me. But I think it probably just says the same thing. Actually, no, it says, enjoy the mystery of the helmet. That's what a Japanese text says. So yeah, about 50%. Assuming that it's one of those puzzles where you can't actually die, but that you might run into one timeout. But that's just from prior experience with some of Loop's tuning. Record just slightly under 50 seconds. Telling me that the execution should be straightforward if we understand the solution. Okay, so we have a Shelmet. Do we have a way to peel off the Shelmet? I should have thought about that ahead of time. We can also bump the Shelmet such that we have a shell that then breaks through all that stuff. Which would also potentially give me the ability to break through some of that. Let's actually punch this. And then, yeah, okay. Straightforward so far. Then I feel like I need to take damage from the Spiny Helmet in order to change to the Spiny Helmet. Or just, yeah, take damage. Pick it up. Picking it up allows me to do two things. It allows me to break that. Come back here. Oh, look at this stump. It's an interesting stump. Punch that out of the way. Oh, I see. Okay. So, Muncher is going to act as a bit of a block there. I guess the idea would be to somehow raise the blaster such that I have access to the flag. I also don't know if any of these pipes can be entered. I assume not, but... Let's see here, because if I find some way to block this spot... You know what? If I just use a regular Shelmet, I bump the Muncher up one spot, and it actually is aligned in such a way that it bumps the middle blaster out of the way. But to do that, I need to switch to the regular Shelmet. Yeah. And yeah, Program, you just suggested switching back to the Shelmet. Yeah, I would say that Loop and Snoop is against dying when it comes to puzzles. That's... He kind of likes the idea of puzzles being much more entirely puzzle-focused rather than execution-focused. I know people who design puzzles kind of have varying approaches to this, but yeah, that's very straightforward. Very simple. It's going to be a warm-up to something a little bit more difficult that I have lined up. Or presumably something a little more difficult. Because I did have something here that has no clears on it, although I think it might be a re-upload. And hey, Steve Stern, not doing the queue right now, but we do have viewer levels several times during the week. So if you want to send me something, you can always tag me with a follow if that makes it easier for you, and then we can take your level into queue when we are actually running the bot. Oh yes, so it's this one. Spooky, scary solving skills. So this is another one screen. This is by Christopher, who is on Twitch as I think just Christo. And it is spooky, scary solving skills. Solve your way through this one-screen puzzle made for real Beach Inn. Yeah, I think I kind of caught a glimpse of this on Beach Inn's stream, probably an earlier version, and did not actually see the solution. So I do not know the solution to this. But I remember seeing, oh, this looks like an interesting puzzle, and so I just jotted down Christo's code. So let's see. Currently no clears on this. Let's find out. how bad it could possibly be. Reach the goal as Fire Mario. Okay, so we've got access to Cape, access to the flower. Flower would remove the ice blocks. Standing too close to the POW means that I can't use the POW as a platform, so we don't want to drop the POW like that. I want to get over it. Because I do not have the latitude to actually swing the claw. I do need to get on top of the POW and then run. However... one-way panel there, okay. I was sort of wondering, like, with that series of ice blocks, you know, is it possible to get on the ice blocks and then over to the key? But I guess that one-way panel would preclude it. Let's start over and get on top of the POW this time. In terms of how the shape of the solution will look, I mean, obviously I don't know if there's anything buried under the goal, but I don't think so, because ground blocks would overlap outline of the goal, wouldn't they? Not really sure on that, in fact. But yeah, actually no, the goal might be obstructed somehow. You see a bit of a crush block up there at the top. Well, not sure what that's about just yet. But anyway, we have access to either power up, but we know that we'll want to finish with a flower. We see a flower that's right under the clock on the top right. That's a potentially bombable spot. The other thing we can do... Yeah, let's grab this guy first. I don't see any reset doors, so it's not like we'll be unblocking anything using the ice coin blocks. Do we have enough room to fly? Not really. I think maybe I, in fact, need to clear out this ice block to create room to fly. But one thing that we can do is... yeah. Sneak out here, like that. Pow block would kill the munchers, but I don't know yet if I actually want to do that. Because killing the munchers would also drop the bomb. But the thing is, killing all that... Currently, I don't have anything to stand on for the locked door on the right side. I feel like I need to keep the POW in order to do that. What we can do is... yeah, we can kind of reload the POW onto the claw. How would I get the key? Yeah, that's the thing, is that I feel like... So you see how you have 3 ice blocks here, one-way panel? I kind of feel like if you used a fireball to take out 1 ice block, then you would be able to fly up into that slot and land into the other ice blocks and then get the key from there. That's what I'm thinking anyway, is to take out 1 ice block with a fire flower and then fly. Anyway, I was clearly supposed to get Cape second. I needed to get this because that would give me room to fly, I think. That would be a bit of a tricky flight anyway, except if you're... yeah, a one-way panel. It would be tricky to get that flight, unless maybe you did a bit of a crouch. Anyway, Fire Flower over in this spot does not really give me anything useful whatsoever. Except maybe some more room to move. So let me just do this. I'm just kind of researching this run at this point. I think it's quite obvious I don't need to do... I don't want to use the POW because I want to get in the key door. Actually, no, yeah, eventually I don't need to fly. I can use the trampoline on this side. If I have, for instance, a flower... Except it's blocked by the one-way panel. That's one thing I hadn't accounted for. No, doesn't matter. Then, yeah. Okay. Too high. But that's okay, because I can probably do a bit of a diagonal on my way up and then grab the key. So this is going to be a non-solution because of the way I already consumed a POW. But I think we kind of approximately have some of the correct ideas going on. Yeah, I was thinking of flying to kill the Munchers. That's the thing. I should not be spending the POW. So at this point, I would want to get the POW onto the other side, which would almost certainly require using either the trampoline or the cape. So for example, put the trampoline in the claw, then jump on it as a... Come on. Okay, soft drop it. Or up throw it, but it would just come back down. Yeah, like that. And then... Problem being that I would need to get the POW pushed over somehow. And onto the other side. So bomb drop does what? Look at this. Oh, also, this is totally blocked as expected. The bomb gives me the access to this top flower, which allows me to clear the clear condition. Assuming that I know how to get it across. So for example, if I slipped the POW down here, like if I did a drop of the POW down here, then I activated the bomb, then a bomb would be able to come across. Eventually, I would want to... Take some kind of damage to... Well, I would need to do something in order to cross back over and grab the POW again, and then lift it up here and get through this one slope. Going up this slope is probably doable. Going down is not. Intended might be to take some damage from the spike when I get the key. It could be. It could be because I'll want access to this guy anyway. And because I don't need the cape in order to come across. Like, the cape is probably primarily used for the purpose of... Well, first of all, getting access to the trampoline, and secondly, stomping the Munchers. So, why don't I do flower first, so I can create a flight path. Yeah, just going to nuke that. And yeah, all of that can be reached. So let's do that. And then I want to clear this. I don't want to grab that yet because I don't want to drop the POW. Sure, let's clear all that. I think that's optional. Whoops. Yeah, and then we can now do a flight. Hang on. Let me get this guy out of the way. I need to not get caught by the claw. Except, no, this is a one-way panel going this way. But I don't want to hit the POW either, so let's get this guy out of the way somehow. Yeah, let's not destroy it. Okay, like that. Okay, whip. Come out. I may need to take damage to get over on the other side, as you were saying. but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Yeah, because I don't see what else I would want the cape for once I'm on the other side. Whoops. Probably do need to take damage from the spike, but... yeah, because that's the only way that I would be able to carry the power across. And I do want to be small for all that anyhow. Okay. So yeah, why don't I take damage first? Okay, drop this guy. Okay. And then release the bomb and then soft drop the POW. No. Okay, we blew it. It's too bad. But yeah, because I want the fire flower, and then as you can see, I am able to come back through that slope. I'm also able to go down this slope as small if I slide. Yeah, because currently, I mean, I can go down and try to stop the bomb and then come back out, but the issue with that... well, we just try to get this POW out of the way in a safe location. Try to stop the bomb. Yeah, I just can't get out while holding the bomb. I do need the bomb to come across. Okay, I have the general idea. I think this is actually fairly simple. Especially because I know this will reach. Okay. Okay. Let's whip. Get out before I'm trapped. Grab the key. Take damage. I think I basically have the sequence worked out. Unless there are any surprises with the way the bomb works. Okay. Execution error. Yeah, really do need to just slot that in. Oops. Okay, once more. Yeah, this one's not too bad at all. As far as I know. I think getting rid of the munchers using the cape is probably the central insight. And it was fairly obvious to me as soon as I realized that the POW would need to be saved. Okay. Drop this. Drop this. And, okay. Oh, no. Trying to wind up a dash there. Just stood way too close. Okay. more. Yeah, it didn't take out the 1-up segment this time, but it doesn't matter. I hope. Actually, it does kind of matter because that's how I would create enough room for the ground pound. So, never mind, just got a bit complacent there. Let's clear everything out. Okay. Once again. Yeah, all the way down. No, come on. Trying to wind up the dash button every time. You think the intended way to get rid of the ice blocks beside the key is to stand on the POW while doing it? Oh, you mean jump on the POW and do that? I don't know about that, though, because of the one-way panel. I would assume not, because of the one-way panel. Like, it actually feels better to hug them this way. Oh, you mean stand on the POW, like, here, instead of having to do the high jump? Yeah, like, drop the POW first. I get what you mean. No. No, that works, because you could always just load the POW back onto the claw if you need to get back upstairs, yeah. Okay. Yeah, like stand on the POW. Or, I mean, I'm going to use the trampoline to get up there, so. Let's get the POW out of the way so I don't whip it by mistake. Like I've been doing every time. I'll just be extra careful about reinitiating the dash button every time I set down the POW while holding the cape feather. Okay. Okay, through we go. No, come on. I mean, it's one screen, you only have so much space to work with, but feels like I'm just losing to execution mistakes at this point, and that I had the solution figured out many attempts ago. So, because, like, intellectually speaking, I see nothing else that needs to be figured out that I haven't already thought about. Just a matter of getting the bomb up into that slot by the flower. Why the moving block then, like the squish block? Is that just to say, I mean, you can say it's anti-soft block, but it's a one-screen puzzle, right? Like, it's not like you really need that. So, don't really understand what's... Well, I mean, it's pretty clear to me is that it's just a mechanism to allow you to take a death. Like, I don't see what else it could possibly be doing. But I don't know how necessary I find that when it comes to something as simple as a one screen. Like, there's really no pain in restarting, or really no difference in restarting. Oh, this was what I was afraid of. Again, a slight quality of life thing. But yeah, I feel like the solution is well in the bag. It's just weird execution stuff. And it's a pretty clean looking level. Like, you wouldn't expect it to have these tiny little inconvenient failure points. But... And I think the puzzle itself is well designed. Like, I actually do like the puzzle. But... just little things like not killing my own POW. It's going to let up on the dash button entirely, just for safety's sake. Okay. Drop this guy. Nice and solidly trapped between those one-way panels. Okay. Here we go. Are you kidding me? Come on. Let's... Yeah, I'm just trying to slip it in that one slot there. I think that's the risk with a lot of one-screen designs, is that the overcompression... I mean, it makes everything extremely readable as a simple logic puzzle, but at the same time, the one-screen format can run into some risks with just the way things are packed together. And you can see, like, with the bumper setup, maybe if the bumper were lowered by one, like if you just had, I don't know, some kind of spacing, like a 2-tile space to drop the bomb that was protected by something like a one-way panel. That would have been a little more convenient. Yeah, I mean, Christo's not here, obviously, but we'll... If I were giving some kind of feedback, that would probably be... Thing is that the bomb drop is maybe excessively fussy for what this level is doing. Okay. Get over here. Can't believe this has been sitting uncleared for the past 2 weeks or so. That seems rather odd to me because, I mean, maybe it's just a re-upload that was not very spread or advertised. But it's a pretty decent puzzle, and the fact that it's barely touched and indeed not cleared at all is just something that strikes me as a bit strange, but... Oh, I have to remember to do the fly. Just completely forgot about it. I have to fly and also take damage. Hang on. Get some of this stuff out of the way. Not far enough out of the way. And now I have to be careful not to whip the POW. Hang on. Nearly did that there. Let's get this guy off on the side. There we go. Take some damage. Pretty straightforward. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing, is I solved this level ages ago in Mario time. And it is just a little bit of fussiness when it comes to the actual maneuvers. Okay, let's see if we can... Like, look at this thing, right? It's an awful slot. Yeah, not really fond of that one-tile margin on the bomb throw at all. But like the one blemish on this thing. Everything else pretty fine, except of course for being locked in with the trampoline if you don't bump out of there quickly enough. But everything else fairly straightforward. It's just, you know, actually doing the work. Okay. Jump up. Got that. Get that. Come on. And through. Okay, got it. Damage 1. Damage 2. Yeah, not much else to talk about at this stage. I mean, we've got the solution, so... It's a matter of actually doing the bomb throw. Okay, there we go. Finally. And... oh, no, I didn't want to get it yet. I wanted to come down here and grab the POW first, place the POW, then go up, grab the flower. Yep. I knew that. It's just that I think I was just so eager to get that done after the bomb throw. I just temporarily forgot about that, even though it was very clearly going to be the order. Okay. Whip this. Get in here. Got that. And got that. It's just gonna fall. So let's just move back here. Jump back up. And lower this guy. Once more, hopefully. Okay. Slide down. Grab the POW. Now, is this going to be a surprise? No, it's not. Just run across. I don't want to hit up here because I'll lose access to the door. There we go, clear. So yeah, slotting the bomb was kind of fussy, but everything else flowed pretty logically. No problem. No problem at all. Okay. Checking a lot of this stuff off the list. Let's take a look at some more that I have in the backlog. RB49. I haven't really done any Mario platforming at all today. It's been, I mean, I guess there was the poison mushroom level. That's a fair bit of platforming, I suppose. But in terms of something that's a little bit more standard action-oriented, I haven't done any of it, and I don't know if I'm going to start now. This is another puzzle-solving level. This has a clear rate that's sort of sub 7%, but also a 5-minute record. Macho Man, of course, is a maker that we have featured here in recent weeks. Did the entirety of the puzzle world that Macho Man had put together. But so we'll see how this single 3D world level does in comparison. And yeah, I guess we'll have, given a thumbnail image, some clear pipe shenanigans. After that first clear snipe, you think you're getting breakfast? Yeah. Well, have a good breakfast. Yeah, have a good time. Okay, so we have a warp block over to the left. I have a crate over to the right. And looks like crates are blocking the blasters, except those are not belts we can manipulate except by way of a P-switch, perhaps, if we load in here with a P-switch active. Hard blocks down here, kind of interesting, suggesting to me, I don't know how wide this playing field is yet, but that given that we don't have a full 2 screens of height over here, it looks like that this could potentially drop us with a scroll break that is currently in parallel. Yeah, probably some kind of loading trick that's going on. It is a loading trick of some sort. Look at that. The blaster went away. Very interesting. Yeah, the blaster just completely disappeared. I'm not sure what the interaction was there, but you can scroll off, you can scroll back in. I think... I don't really have enough information to say, not having noticed how the blaster was loaded into position in the first place, but... It could be that as you got out of view... Like, maybe you got out of view, I'm just kind of looking at the blocks here. Despawn the blaster. Despawning the blaster, you drop the crate onto the left. When the crate drops to the left, it acts as a spawn block. That's my theory. That you scroll right to left, crate spawn blocks the blaster. So, drop this. Same idea here. Scroll to the right. And all of that loads because, once again, you're kind of going left to right. Blaster loads first before the crate that's at the top of the conveyor belt. But the crate that is on top, once again, acts as a spawn block when you scroll in from out of view. So, let's see. Yeah, once again, we have same interaction going on with these two, and also the blaster to the right. But we know that because of the spawning rule that we have going on, that, yeah, as long as we spawn the crate first before the blaster, then it blocks them. What that tells me is that column 1 to the left and column 3 to the right are going to unblock together. And that I should be thinking in terms of possibly placing a crate as some kind of blockage, but we'll see, because we want hammer access. Hammer access will be by going to the left. Going to the right gives us access to, yeah, that'll work actually because of the hammer's ability to create crates. And we can use crates to control spawn blocks. Okay, just watch this. And yeah, that's going to unblock. That's going to unblock. I drop a crate here. And hopefully it stays loaded. I'm actually not totally sure about the loading rules. Oh, I actually would have wanted more crates than that. I don't know how much room there is to raise the blaster, but let's try stacking all 5. See what happens. I clearly have the right idea, though. And, yeah. I could even stack them from a diagonal up on top of the semi-solid here. There we go. Oh, no. A crush. Actually, yeah, I just want to raise it from the semi-solids, not from the bottom layer. because then that will prevent crushing. So let's drop this. Really cool idea. Yeah, I'm quite fond of this one. In that it is a spawning logic puzzle. Oh, whoops. I had the right thing. I just need to repeat what I did. Yep, if you understand spawning logic, this comes together fairly quickly. If you don't, I'm sure it would be a spectacular magic trick. I always kind of wonder how these levels look in the hands of people who are not really people who fool around with the Maker mode and don't have a solid understanding of things like loading rules. Because so many puzzle designs do depend on a certain degree of game knowledge when it comes to how things interact with memory and with the engine on the whole. I don't actually need all 3 crates, but as long as we suspend the blaster, block it off this way. And yeah, because it spawns and then it drops down. Yep. So here's a checkpoint that's fairly simple. Once again, let's see how things are oriented. Icicle, that's curious. We see 1 slot here for this guy. See that, yeah, gates 1 and 3, going in order from left to right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Gates 1 and 3 are despawned by going to the left pipe. Gates 2 and 4 are despawned by going to the right pipe. We need a certain sequence. A key will obviously need to come before the lock. And honestly, I could just use the hammer suit to block anything I want. I might even be able to use a trampoline to block things, but we'll see what the interactions are on either side. I see, so let's move this out. I actually want to test the trampoline. Yeah, because if the blasters are coming down from above, well, it depends on how they're blocked. But let's say we go over here. Yeah, no, that's just reset. That's fine. Once again, let's just use the semi-solid as a blocking piece. Oh, whoops. Mistake. Okay. I said, let's use the semi-solid as a blocking piece. And let's not go down. Back here. Grab the key. And same kind of interaction, really. I don't yet see how trampoline is going to be relevant. Oh, I see. Because I want to keep the trampoline loaded. The way I do that is by loading it on top of the crate. I actually wasn't sure about the Builder Mario crate despawning rules in terms of how long and at what distance they stay active. But I guess that's what this level is designed to teach. I feel like I want probably quite a bit more space to work with, but I'll be going between the trampoline and the blaster, I'm sure. I don't think that'll matter. But the important thing is that this stays loaded. And actually, that is just completely spawn blocked. So let's just take the trampoline through. Not sure what I need it for, really. Okay, so this is going to be a vertical zone that tells me there will be some kind of vertical spawning rules. at work. Yeah, still don't know what the trampoline was all about. Okay, so this zone is going to release a Podoboo. Again, very similar sequence of spawning rules. Podoboo will eventually hit the bomb, and the bomb will hit the question block that contains a key. That is dependent on getting rid of the bully, because otherwise the Podoboo won't be able to get across. Getting rid of the bully will probably... Well, I mean, I don't really have flexibility to do a hammer hit. I am wondering about the donut blocks. The donut blocks may be able to keep things loaded, perhaps, but also that they would allow me to do a 5-stack of Builder Mario blocks, for instance. A 5-stack of Builder Mario blocks would trap the Podoboo wherever I want to be trapping it. So, currently just trying to figure out what to do with the bully. Let's try to block this. And nope, that does not successfully block. Here's something that could be useful. Yeah, I actually want to make sure that the Podoboo stays alive and is trapped somehow. That it comes out and gets trapped. Perhaps. Okay. Try it like this. See if everything stays loaded. It does. Now, the interesting thing is that at this point, if I wanted to spawn additional crates with Builder Mario, it would take them off the existing stack. I don't see why I would want to do that, though. Yeah, predictably, that's what happens here. What I can do is, once again, sort of inspect how each of these blasters is coming down. Yeah, this one's completely blocked. Also, what I can do is I can do a diagonal stack using the donut blocks. And that might be something that works better, so... The timer is going to expire here, but that's okay. We're right at the checkpoint. Builder suit. For example, here's what I have in mind. Come in here, we despawn. Say we... did something like that. And yeah, stack is not really in an ideal position. It doesn't need to be perfect. This needs to block, and it does not block. So yeah, it seems like when we've had the crates on semi-solids previously, they were taking precedence to the blasters, but I guess I should have paid a bit closer to attention to how the blaster despawns were functioning, because here you can see that they are definitely taking precedence over the builder blocks. So it does mean that so far I don't really have a good idea of how to use the donut blocks effectively. Yeah. And in any case, why do I want to get the Potaboo over? Because it ignites the bomb? And then why the bully? Because I assume that the bully collision would actually deflect Potaboo, but maybe it doesn't. Maybe it does go straight through, and the bully is mainly there to prevent me from doing any kind of bomb manipulation. I'm not totally clear on that yet. So yeah, so far I just don't know what the blocking rules are. What I'm doing here. So for example, I come over here. Does the blaster actually... Yeah, it just stomps on everything. But the question is, how do I use the donut blocks? Donut blocks, I would assume... I mean, we know one application of them, which is to create the 5-high stack that actually reaches 6 tiles, and therefore allows you to do some Potaboo blocking. But then why would I want to do that? Question. Seems like the main reason I would want to do that is because I want to trap the Potaboo in a location such that it does not get into despawning range when I go through the pipes. And the way to do that is this. So let's say I come through here. Come through here. Okay. Yeah. And this reappears. Yeah, I really hope the diagonal stack would do something for me here, but it doesn't. Yeah, because this is going to be based on position. It is the same mechanism working for all of these. It's not like there were some extra slots up top or anywhere that the blasters were dropping in from, so... That's why it's not working the way it was in the previous rooms, because in the previous rooms the blasters were dropping on top of the position that we obstructed using the crates. And so the way I want this to happen is I want to find out a way that I can despawn both the left blaster and the right blaster. Now, how would I go about doing that? Let's see. Okay. Not going to be through blocking the blaster, but maybe there's some kind of manipulation I can do with the crate itself. But so for example, being able to slip in a second crate under that slot, I don't know, because it looks like a crate whenever it's above a semi-solid like that is a hard collision. In the 3D world style, you can actually break through it in any meaningful fashion. And so what else do we have? We just have the same kind of great sequence as before. There'd be a way to block the middle segment on your way over? Take some thought here. Yeah, I guess I am primarily using the donut block as some kind of loading piece. I don't think that's actually necessary, though, given the logic we have for how the blasters actually work so far. Let me think about... Yeah, when you go left to right, you despawn this guy and this guy simply because crates spawn first. So is there something that we can do to manipulate that spawning rule, and what are the donut blocks for, ultimately? Seems like that's the obstacle that we have right now. So yeah, that's gonna fire. I mean, I know that a 5 stack of crates moves to Potaboo and traps it within its initial position, such that it doesn't come out this far. But then why would I want to do that? It seems the main thing I want to do is actually to trap the Potaboo sort of in the open, or as it progresses towards this side, left or right. Now we have to escort it over one segment at a time, using the wall deactivations one at a time. That does rely on figuring out how to use crates to disable the blasters. I currently don't have an answer to. Now let's see if there's anything that we can read into the ghosts themselves as a clue. Let's see. 3 and 2 over there. And it's really the same setup. It's the same ghosts in either direction. Yeah, kind of curious. Because we could only use the crates to block the outside spawns, and we know that's not going to work. That is just a way that a straight overlap favors the blasters in that scenario. However, let's think about the loading rule. The loading rule has the blasters coming in from left to right. It may be a positioning thing, actually, where maybe my placement was bad because the blasters were spawning in first. So, for example, let's go over here. Hey, Remy Dobby. Hope you're doing okay. Yeah, that's not actually going to function as a block, but that's because we were not checking the correct side to begin with. Seems like we are going to spawn... Yeah, when this thing spawns, that's because the blaster is spawning before the crate. That means the crate must be slightly to right in order to spawn in first and present an obstruction. Now, I don't know about that. Because so far... Yeah, I've seen the crates used as a blocking piece, but not a spawn block. It doesn't seem like the builder crates do that. They don't have that kind of permanence that allows you to use them as a spawn block. Previously, in the other rooms, we weren't using them that way either. that they were successfully blocking things off because they were raising them to a different position, not because of anything else they were doing. I see a potential risk factor here, by the way, in the layout of this level, which is that if you grab a key, go through the support block, it is possible to reverse through the level, and reverse through the level in such a way that locks you out. But yeah, we have hammer access. Can I block myself? Seems like the logic of this has changed with time. Moreover, if I have some way that I can manipulate the Potaboo deflection, that could be a potentially big deal. So let's say I stack 4 blocks, and only 4. I think it should go straight over. I don't think it's going to make contact. Yeah, it's not going to make contact at all. So how can I go for the trap? That's a big open question that I don't have the answer to. Yeah, this room, I have to think about this because we're stuck on 2 things, basically. I don't understand how to use donut blocks. I don't understand how to block these central blasters at the same time that we despawn the inside blasters. I also don't know for a fact at this point if the Potaboos are able to get through the bully. I kind of assume they would. And that is the point of the bully gate, is that it is a Potaboo only gate. And how do I move these guys? It's not interacting quite the same way as in any of the other earlier levels. There's something else going on here. Yeah, because they're just coming down directly. They're fully loaded. All the way up to the maximum position against the ceiling. If you look at the blasters, they're just making contact with ground blocks up top. The fact that there's no additional room above them tells me that they never do the thing that the other ones previously did, which was just fall in. And therefore, they can't be intercepted. If they can't be intercepted, can they somehow be blocked? Could be something to do with releasing the stack, that you would create some kind of trap for the Potaboo, but then release the stack and somehow trap it on the other side. So let's figure out what kind of architecture we could do to make that happen. It could be something highly customizable depending on the arrangement of the blocks that I have over here when I do this segment. Yeah, because I come in from the left side, the inside column is going to despawn. Potaboo comes out, and then how does it get manipulated from there? That's the question. wonder if it's possible to have an overlap with the donut block here. No, when it respawns, it actually pushes this out of the way. But now it's not going to respawn. Now, that's interesting. Because I wonder if the way that the donut block respawns would do anything for me here. Oh. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that little magic trick. Okay, we've made progress. We've made progress. Yeah, it looks like the donut block works as a spawn block. In that case, for the trampoline on the left side. In this case, yeah, we prevent the donut block from respawning. We head out, we spawn that position back in, we find out what it's blocking. Trampoline. Trampoline gives me something to work with because I think previously that the idea of the hammer plus trampoline stack ensured that a trampoline remained loaded, and the trampoline would be the thing that spawn blocks the blaster from coming down. So we actually need to do that on the left side first, just to trap the Podoboo accordingly. But we've made significant progress now on this puzzle. We come back, reiterate, look at that, and it's going to block, but we actually wanted to do it this way. I mean, I want to do left side first anyway, but I'm just doing this for the sake of demonstration. Okay. And that should block both blasters. Since it's blocking both blasters, now I can see what's going on here. Yeah, I want to do this starting on the left column, and I want to do this as a series of Podoboo traps then. For example, I'm going to create one crate down here. I'm going to block this. I'm going to block this donut block so I can get the other trampoline to come out. There we go. Now, here's the interesting thing, is that I will now be able to create a Podoboo trap. And creating a Podoboo trap will prevent it from despawning. I want to prevent it from despawning, well, for a couple of reasons, but most of all to just make sure that it remains in position on the right side here. So basically I want it to come down to the right side, and then I want to drop the crate to pin it down. And that should be enough to give me bomb. Well, in a moment. I actually want to use the trampoline, because then I actually get on top of that. Hopefully not get hit. Okay, let's trap it like that. Very stylish. Look at it rotate, actually. That's maybe not what I expected. Okay, no, that's wrong. It despawned completely. But that's because I needed to block everything at once. Yeah, there's no trickery with the blocking that I need to do here. That's all wrong. What I need to do is I need to grab both trampolines, block both sides at the same time. So let me get back here. Yeah, wrong way. Yeah. Let's do this side first then. Yeah, go opposite. Grab this. And then that's just mainly to retain the trampoline. Unblocking that side isn't going to do anything for me on this attempt, but we'll... or on this round of interactions. What I can do is, once again, actually block this location here. And then block this location here. Whoops. Probably don't even need to set them on top of the Mario blocks, do I? No, except I think I do, because it's something that would keep them loaded. So now I... whoops. No, now what I do is make sure I know if I'm going left or right. Right to left, left to right. Unblock everything. Great. Now it should hit the bomb. And that should give me the key. And let's take a trampoline just in case. And taking a trampoline is a good idea because it will give me access to the top of the flagpole. Almost. Almost. But we solved it. 32-minute time, but that was a really interesting puzzle. I think it's one where, once again, you do need to understand how the loading rules of the game work. And indeed, the use of the donut block collision, like the sort of triple interaction between the donut block, the Builder Mario block, and the trampoline is something that was completely new to me in terms of using the Builder Mario block to block the donut block. And then having blocked the donut block removed the spawn block that you get from that. And that's something that I think is unique to 3D World simply because of the collision that is from the 3D World donut block that doesn't exist elsewhere. That you can't have something that's loaded in as an overlap. And so, yeah, really interesting exploitation of something that is very, very 3D World specific. Let me just mark that down as done. Okay. Now, that's a pretty good selection of puzzles that we've done today. I think we will get back into a little bit of platforming to close out the stream. Not really closing it up completely yet. It's more that we'll see how much energy I have to actually do some jumping around. So, why don't return to something that has been a bit of an ongoing project for me in the past few weeks. And the ongoing project here is going to be back to Mang World, which I think we're pretty deep into. Well, not deep into, I think I'm only 3 levels into it out of 10. But I've been pretty much hitting a game over once every 2 levels or so, and so this has been slow going, mostly because of all the bounce mechanics we need to sort out. We're almost through World 1 set. Yeah, actually no, I've cleared 4 so far, and we're on number 5. I think I just previewed this one very briefly. Or I think I have. Let's see. Actually, no, maybe this is just number 4, yeah. I have to remember how to actually jump in this game again, having done nothing but puzzles pretty much for the last few hours. Not even sure I know how to play Mario at all at this point. Nope. A little too slow there, I think. Need to get up to that high location much faster. Okay. Yeah, that's actually a satisfying interaction when you can land it accurately. You land on the edge of the swamp, you hang left, it bounces you way up. You need to find an appropriate time to do it. But yeah, you can get there immediately. And I feel like I am supposed to get it on the first bounce on that location. That I don't really have the flexibility to wait for additional bounces, because that's just going to completely throw off the desired timing. Almost. Yeah, maybe I do need an initial bounce in the swamp first, but that seems like it's going to be a bit tricky to control. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, given the arc of the slopes that are on the ceiling right after that swamp, I feel like first cycle has to be it. Quite tricky, but if you don't get on the first cycle, then you just get down the platform much too late. Catch it next time, so I need to land very accurately. Much too soon, I think. I feel like I need to maybe stay on the falling platform a little bit longer. That could be part of the adjustment I need to make here. Almost. I think that might be the right idea. But also that it might need a little bit more momentum going into that spin jump. So much to learn about the momentum rules of this game all the time. Okay, that was the right idea. I just had a bad landing on the thwomp that last time. I think that we now have the right approach, which is to ride this down for as long as possible, and then go up. But once again, you have to hit the thwomp first, and then the trampoline. You have to do it in a fairly crisp order. Whoops. Okay. Down we go. Then Yep. Fairly narrow timing window to get that down properly. Whoops. We'll see. Already burnt like 17 lives on this thing. So. Not easy. And also, you need to be fairly careful about the angle. Otherwise, you just slam straight into the muncher, as I was doing there. A very particular angle that you need to get into that thwomp and into one of the middle trampolines too. Spring you over to the right. But I think the idea behind the physics is correct at this point. It's just a matter of sorting out the timing, sorting out the amount of risk that I'm able to bear when I'm jumping around. And hey, Redox, welcome. Hope you are doing well on your end. This is the first actual platforming level I played all day, given that it's been one puzzle after another that I've been clearing out, but with a fair degree of success. We had a very interesting escape room earlier on that involved some really interesting RNG manipulation with Magic Koopas as one of the central clues of the puzzle, which was something I had never seen before, and which was very pleasant to figure out. We had a couple of easier things here and there. We had some one-screens, we had the huge poison escort level from Program that I did not finish over viewer levels earlier in the week. And yeah, just trying to close things out with some actual platforming for a change. Okay, no, this is not how I'm supposed to do it. I'm supposed to do a short bounce on that trampoline. Oops. And yeah, I'm still thinking in terms of spin jumps, and I do not need a spin jump there because the thwomps are not my landing surface. Okay. Pretty satisfying when I can nail this. Yeah, I clearly needed to get the second bounce into the trampolines to the left because they would give me enough horizontal distance to get over that obstacle. And hey, Xosi, we are not running into queue today, but I have been bringing back more viewer level sessions during the week. Today was kind of an overflow and puzzle day for some longer levels, and also this is a level that's from a world that I've been slowly chipping away at over the last few weeks. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Hope we can catch your code when queue is actually going. Okay, that works too. Except, yeah, no, not fast enough. We need much more horizontal momentum, or maybe just much less height in that specific segment there. I mean, very clear to me that the intent is to bump into trampolines on the left side, but whoops. That's not how that's supposed to go. Yeah. I am looking at that, though, and I'm just thinking it should not be spin jumps. If you're not landing on thwomp, there's no particular reason to spin there, except having been conditioned by the rest of the level up to that point to do so. Yeah, I definitely think that the number of new levels I've been seeing coming in has noticeably slowed down, possibly as people get into the academic year in some cases, which has, I think, slowed down quite a bit of Mario Maker on Twitch as well, combined with the Fall Guys effect of that sucking up a lot of attention away from the game. So yeah, definitely a chance to catch up on a lot of older levels because there hasn't been that much of an intake of new levels even from my massively packed followed list of about 100 makers, which is the maximum. I wonder if I'm supposed to just go for the trampoline right away instead of waiting on that second bounce. Because I will get outpaced by the thwomp otherwise. Okay, that was a mistaken jump off the blue platform when I raised it. I really did want to ride that down the first time. So let's just ride this out once again. Okay, that's feeling better every time. And yeah. Okay, got it. Got a checkpoint with 15 lives remaining, which tells me that's very likely I'll just need to redo everything. Thwomp is probably... I'm probably going to get over the Thwomp and then have to spin on top of it. Okay, I'm wrong. I was thinking I would gain enough height. But I think... yeah. Okay. Not exactly doing that on the first cycle, but... oh, I see. So this is just same setup that we've been familiar with previously. We actually do have some decent safety margins here in terms of timing. Okay, needed to ride out that second bounce all the way, and that was just a matter of holding jump into that and really slamming into the trampolines on the left side. Whoops. Okay. Swamp is going to get into a pretty decent controlled position. Easy to work with now that I've learned the central interaction. Whoops, too soon. Yeah, bounce all the way and then bounce up. Next trampoline, that segment on the left side. And... yep. Get over. Get over. There's almost certainly a smoother way to do that, but I do like that there is room for adjustment to do things safely. Things on a second cycle instead of just going on the first all the time. Oh, okay. And that's going to be the goal right here with 12 lives remaining. Looks like I need to head down to the Thwomp, bounce off the Thwomp, and I think the Thwomp is probably supposed to move, isn't it? Yeah. Didn't really manage to get any of the 50 coins as a bonus, but we'll get through that with 12 lives remaining and we'll just move on. Yeah, might as well bank some lives now that we're this far along. We'll see how we do as we get into next level. This, as always, is going to be an absolute calamity. Okay, we've been getting better at this lately, slightly. Actually did manage to beat this thing with no hits for a change. Not on this attempt, though. Not gonna be perfect. You slept for almost 12 hours. That sounds wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Okay, all that work for 1 life. Thank you for the GG. Yeah, the last one felt pretty manageable once I understood what the central interaction was like in some of the tighter corners. Anyway, here's a 0-5 dimension bomb. Whatever that means. Oh, that's what it means. I don't want to hang right, I want to just ride it out. Okay. And yeah, once again I was kind of pressing right and I shouldn't have. I needed to jump out of that to the left, like that. Okay. Need to go a little bit faster. Actually, don't want to hold right until I jump. And in that particular case, that was a wall jump to the left anyway. Okay. And... okay, wall jump is going to save that. Yeah, once again, too late. Definitely a fun mechanic. Wall jump to the left. Just a bit of an instinctual reading error every time. Whoops. Once again, standing too far to the right. Really do need to just stand still on top of the blaster. That's something you just need to learn. Whoops. Yeah, and I do need to get out of there before the blaster is actually crushed out of existence. No, spin jump is not the issue here. Spin jump... like, I need to wall jump to the left, it's just that I'm missing the timing for it. And here, I just need to be faster. Not that fast. It's just a very specific timing window on the third arrow. 3 lives left. This is simple enough that I probably will continue, though, instead of restarting at game over or putting this off for game over like I've been doing in previous weeks. I do want to make a bit more progress in this world than I've been doing. It's only 10 levels. Oh, that's kind of interesting that I'm missing my wall jumps there. I think it's just something wrong with the way I'm hugging the wall or not hugging the wall. There we go. And yeah, I'm just slipping on my wall jumps. Which is something I seem to do quite often in 3D World, but we've barely been on this. Let's go back in and just do some more. Whoops. Yeah, once again, really can't maintain momentum going to the right. You do have to stand still. Have the switch. Whoops. Just a bit late on the jump. And, okay, let's see what this guy is going to do for me here. Okay, I am losing momentum on that one. I don't really know what to do with that jump just yet. I think it is probably just a matter of pure timing. But it's kind of hard to tell. Oh, it is totally a spin. Yep. Yep. I don't know if that was the spin you were talking about earlier, but the fact that I could get that much forward momentum coming out of the spin is interesting. This looks like it might even be a long jump. No, it's not. Although that seems fairly low. It might just be a controlled jump then. But yeah, the up arrows here are for the spin. It looked like it was going to be a long jump. I guess not. Yeah, I mean, I guess I should be trusting the 3D world specialist in the room when it comes to 3D world mechanics and jump distances. This does look like a long jump, doesn't it? But I was maybe just initiating it poorly. I will just have to go back and figure that out over a few attempts. Oops. Pop that. Yeah. Once again, letting up on a directional arrow much too early to actually land a wall jump. Yeah, visually, well, if you're talking about the one at the very end, where I've been losing, not really sure what to do with it yet, but, whoops, too late. But there is definitely a lot here that requires you to stand still. I was hoping to just ride the forward momentum. But if you don't stand still, you see, you slip right off the blaster. You actually slip ahead of it. Oh, I actually managed to get on top of that for a change. Yeah, because a long jump really does feel like it goes too low. Mr. Electrodude, you'll be back in a bit? Yeah, no worries. Hope you've been enjoying what you've seen so far, and enjoy your break or your meal or whatever it is you're doing. Okay. I wonder why I'm still missing the wall jump there. I think I'm just letting up on the arrow much too early. You see, this is what happens when you just don't play any actual platforming levels all day, is you start losing your grip on really basic stuff. Really basic muscle memory. Okay, forward, forward. Yeah, that was going to be a problem. It was fairly obvious to me early that was going to be an issue. Oops. Yeah, just have to burn a lot of attempts on this. But it does bother me that I don't actually have a solution mapped out yet for the jump that I was stuck on. Okay. The double arrow. I wonder if I am supposed to just kind of stand in the middle here. Well, I mean, I don't want to get trapped by the red block, but... maybe I am supposed to hold right and get a bit of bonus momentum off of that jump, but Very hard for me to tell because it really doesn't seem like a long jump able to give me enough height. And yeah, it is. And it's a land and it's a long jump over to the end. Yep. I couldn't quite read that blind, but interestingly enough, it actually does use the Redox 2-coin indicator for the long jump. By coincidence. Yeah, it is a standard jump into a long jump. What it is. There we go. Okay, now we're sitting on red blasters. Oh, whoops. I have to dash directly into it, and then I need to let up, I think. I can't really just, Oh, wow. I was thinking I can't really just press forward into that thing, but that's just going off of the logic of the first section. Ah, yep, that's Mang Bounce. Off the side. Everything here is going to be quite time sensitive. With the bomb that blew me up there activating the exclamation block that it was next to. Yep, really do need to slam into that. And get a bounce out. That just Mang absolutely loves those sideways trampolines. Absolutely adores them. "26 lives remaining before we find ourselves redoing the first section. Quite possibly... Well, I don't know. It looks like I am supposed to jump directly into that trampoline in order to have enough speed to clear that next segment, but I think I may just be late doing that. Maybe I am supposed to slide right up the wall, like I have to get right up against the wall, instead of jumping into the trampoline from the middle of the jump. I mean, that works too, except I'm late. Don't know what was going on with that pokey. We'll find out. Yeah, too slow. Seems like I absolutely need a trampoline, and I just don't really have the input sequence down to activate it just yet. Too slow once again. And it is because I'm not using the trampoline to its fullest potential in terms of getting me over quickly. I mean, the arrow is pointing directly up. It's implying to me that I should be going up straight from the wall, not from a sidelong diagonal jump, right? But yeah. Okay, that was the right idea, just a bit slow in reading what was going on with the on-off switch. But yeah, going up to the trampoline from the wall does seem to be the way we want to do it. Just would jumps are a little bit more crisp to go from one blaster to the other, so we get up ahead in time to hit the on-off switch and do that loop in the top left corner. Just a lot of little adjustments like that to sort out, with the 17 lives remaining before we are kicked back to the start. I missed. Completely missed a switch. Timing was fine, though. I was just cutting corners very aggressively. In a way that did not serve me well for that final jump. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and then I need to get ready for a spin in that segment. You have to be very quick. Very, very quick. Okay. Yeah, going right up against a wall does appear to be the correct solution there. Yikes. Just really projects you all the way to the right very quickly, and you do need to swap inputs to the spin extremely fast. Not much room for adjustment there. Okay. Oh, missing this. Now, it seems like I've lost connection to the chat. Let me make sure I'm actually still live. And yeah, chat is back. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that was a disconnection. Hard to tell, though, because it seemed to hiccup for just a moment. But of course, the chat servers and the Twitch servers for video are two separate things, and so I just have to check that it's not my home connection going kaput. Too low. Fun level, but your reaction times have to be very quick in some cases. Be quite accurate. Very fitting for a castle level, though. Very dynamic. Nope. Need to go under. You need to slide under, and then... Yes, I see. Slide under before the lava comes up. Really goes against instinct to do that, simply because the lava is inching up towards you. And there is just that one tile slope that you have to take notice of when you're going down below. And 10 lives left on this one. Okay. Okay, coming in a little bit low with that spin jump now, but I think that's because we are late on the jump itself, and that seems to be the issue that I'm running into. Just not getting enough height by the time I hit the wall. Again, same mistake. Same thing to fix. And same issue here. Just a matter of cleaning that up and doing the whole sequence afterwards. Cleanly including the crouch. 7 lives left, seems doable at that range, depending on whether we have a checkpoint 2 at the end of the vertical climb that we're experiencing here. really interesting example of some upward pressure in your platforming with a lava scroll that goes up, but a camera scroll that is still with your position, hence that sort of zigzagging structure back and forth. Something I do think about quite a bit because, of course, in the 4YMM level that I made, that was one of the central pacing challenges because I had a limited amount of room to work with going left to right, simply because of how much space was being used for mechanisms off screen. And here you can see that when you have the full use of both horizontal screens in the vertical world, that you're in significantly better shape when it comes to pacing, in terms of having just a continuous flowing escape from upward lava that still has a player relative camera rather than an auto-scroll camera. Because doing something that feels like auto-scroll without actually being auto-scroll is, I think, always a bit of a design challenge, but one that is very worthwhile to work out in this game. Simply because having an auto-scroll camera paired with a lava scroll can be very constricting if you don't know how to set it up properly. Okay, 2 lives left. One more, and then we will have to start from the beginning. Once again, it was the slide below the blaster that was throwing me off. The limit of our progression so far. Okay. Okay, too slow. I guess I have to go immediately for the left wall. But anyway, we'll be going back to this. That's the second game over we've hit on this one, isn't it? Error has occurred. Okay, might be a disconnection here. See if we can get reconnected. I hope it's not a stream problem, although I see no evidence to indicate that's the case. Everything still seems like it's running. But let's get back in. We're so close. Assuming I just didn't lose connection to the game completely, which may be the case. Just one moment. Let's see if I have a connection issue on my Switch, or if it is in fact a server issue. It's connected to me. Yeah, it might just be that Mario Maker servers are not cooperative, which... Oh, no, that's loading now, okay. I do want to get back into the world format because we had been making progress. So I think I just had a bit of a choke when it comes to the connection to the Mario Maker servers, and that's fine because we want to make sure that this clear is properly registered anyhow. And yeah, it seems like we'll just get back here with 50 lives. Right at the tail end of the game over. Redo the first segment. Whoops, wall jump. And then what do we got here? Okay. Then it'll be a forward standard jump followed by a long jump in that particular location. Once again, having some trouble hugging that wall. That seems like it is purely just an input or muscle memory error. But I am really having trouble hugging that wall for the wall jump. I don't know why. Like an unusual amount of trouble. Something does feel off about it. Don't know if that's a D-pad issue or something else, because like I should be able to land that wall jump quite simply. Yeah, I'm just not making contact, and I have no idea why. Is my left input even working here? Could be. So what's the issue? Maybe it's something to do with the forward momentum I had going into that jump that is actually pulling me away from the wall. Because as you can see, I'm not really getting that wall slide down at all. I mean, you couldn't see on that attempt. But that wall jump does seem unusually slippery. See, now we're making contact, but it seems like if I jump off the blaster too early, then I still have momentum carrying me to the right, and I just missed the wall jump because of it, which is very unexpected. Whoops. That was also unexpected. Okay, really do have to wait for that guy to stop then. Then forward. Okay. Here we go. Back to the checkpoint quickly after 9 lives lost. And okay, back in business. Okay. Nope. Slipped off to the left of the blaster there. That's unusual. Not the typical interaction we see. A little bit late. And let's see what we can do with this. Yeah, once again, it seems like we are getting some interruptions with the chat servers, as far as I can tell, but not with the broadcast connection. So, if there are any issues, do let me know. But so far, I'm not seeing any signs of disruption. Okay. Should focus on the level once again, rather than just taking a look at what's going on with the of the stream. But anyway, we got fairly far along on my best attempt so far before the game over earlier and the disconnection, or the interruption of service on Nintendo's end. Okay. Forward. Forward. Late. I'm always astonished at how quickly Bang puts these levels together. I mean, the world has been sitting around for a while here. That's definitely one of the most prolific makers in the game, just turning out one thing after another. Usually with some kind of unique momentum play that you rarely see elsewhere. Okay. Okay. That was just a bad adjustment. Obviously, the ground pound there would have killed the blaster. It's the only way that could have gone. Killing the blaster would allow me to get through on the right side immediately. So yeah, still just getting used to that segment, having not seen it much. Bit of a weird trajectory there on the turnaround. That I always feel like I have to pull back slightly by the time I get to the wall jump. To get that wall jump a little bit low, but still high enough to reach the on-off switch. And then I have to pull back a little to land properly on the blaster on my way down before it disappears. So there is a little bit of adjustment on the fly. It's not really a case of going at full speed in either direction. The trampoline there is feeling a little more comfortable, at least. Oh, too low. Maybe I should just be going higher on that wall jump. And that would give me a better landing angle on the blaster as I come back down. Part of the issue is that I can't quite see my target in advance when it comes to the on-off switches until I'm right at the wall jump, and so sometimes I get a little bit cautious about perhaps going too high on the wall jump and undershooting the on-off switches as a result. I think that is something that has happened. Yeah, have to pull back slightly on that, as usual. No, missing that. Bumping my head. Yeah, you really do need to cut momentum immediately and reverse into a wall jump on the left, which can be tricky to do efficiently. Like, you can do it. It's a bit more difficult to do it under time pressure. Maybe it's the arrow that's throwing me off slightly. In that I'm trying to follow the arrow's trajectory when it comes to the wall jump, and it actually sends me too low. Anyway, got that. Whoops, just totally missing the long jump. Or rather, putting in the input a little bit late when I was already way off the edge. Definitely not the way I want to approach this. Okay. Okay, coming in a little bit low there. That's unusual. But yeah, that's going to kill the blaster. Then I get up onto the dash panel, and then I have one additional element, at least, that involves going under some fairly low spike blocks. Might be a long jump up ahead. Okay, going to get that for the first time. Ah, okay. Going too far forward. I actually need to pull back a little bit and let the exclamation block do its job. It's a bit of a momentum correction I don't really feel quite prepared for. But it does make for a very thrilling escape. Again, too low on the wall jump. Probably too much of a slide, or perhaps just getting into the wall jump too early. And therefore getting on the wall too low to begin with in the first place. Oops. Okay. Yeah, I guess the time with that spin jump, with the 4 vertical arrows, the 4 upward pointing arrows, is something that is locked to the lava timing, because it is bomb activated. That's the first time I've ever gotten there early enough to actually see that tiny little waiting period when you get there fast, but it seems like all the timing, therefore, is normalized past that point. That is synchronized from the point at which you are launched into that high spin jump. And yeah, you barely notice it because the sense of momentum is, and the synchronization is very good in terms of how much time you are spending before you are landing in an element that is lava activated. I mean, getting into that high spin jump segment does not feel like a particularly sensitive timing window. So it's very well disguised, like this right here, right there. Okay. Jumping prematurely, I actually just need to let the exclamation blocks carry me up, pull back a little bit to let it do that. Yeah, I still have to manage what's going on with my horizontal momentum going up to that point. Sword and crossbow, thank you for the raid with a party of 2. My chat connection seems to have been a little bit glitchy, so I don't think your notification came through on the main stream. There is supposed to be a notification, but a little bit of bugginess on that. And let me just give you a very quick shout out. Oh, Sword and Crossbow, don't know if you've been running Mario Maker on your end or something else. Yeah, I've had a fairly lengthy stream today. We did tons of puzzles. We did a massive escape room, a couple of one-screens, a couple of other things, and then not going to be on too long from here. Just really wrapping up some additional levels from this world that I've been working on for some time. And yeah, thank you very much for the follow. And we'll hopefully be back to doing some other things like viewer levels later in the week, but it's pretty typical on this stream that on weekends I just do a big catch-up of puzzles and some longer things. So yeah, I hope you're doing well on your side, and that everything has been exciting. Always appreciate having even small parties of streamers show up in little micro raids. I find that I've actually discovered lots of really great smaller streamers that way myself. And okay, down to 11 lives already. I've already hit, I think, 2 game overs on this thing. But that I'm close to what looks to be the final element. Okay. Okay. Oh, very nice little castle top over there. And look at Boom Boom, right at the flag. I was, of course, not following the standard practice in this level of not holding right when I stand on a blaster. I really do need to stand on top of that thing. And stay still.
Oh no!
And yeah, my connection to the chat room has been glitching out for the past half hour or so, and so I may have missed some messages. But hopefully some of that got picked up somehow. Okay. Okay, nice. Tight jump there. Up here. Now I have to stay aboard. There we go. And you've got a little bit of a boom boom kill there, which is fairly familiar at Mang trope. Very cool level. So yeah, this was part 5 of 10 of a super world that I've been chipping away at for some time. I can give you the code if you're interested. I think Nintendo's servers have also been kind of glitching out on me, so maybe it just won't even register to clear, just given how long this is taking to process. I may just have to do this over again. But yep, communication error occurred right on schedule. Maybe it is on my end. I'm kind of surprised the stream is holding up considering that chat is glitching and Nintendo is glitching. Anyway, here is the maker code for this world. Yeah, if it didn't register to clear, I think I just have to do this again. Which is kind of too bad. But let me see. I mean, you know, given when the communication error occurred, I assume that the clear just did not go through. So I may just have to redo that one at some point. And I don't actually know if I'm going to be able to sustain the stream for very long, despite the tiny influx of people that had just come in. Simply because Nintendo needs to cooperate here. Yeah, let me just check my Switch connection. And everything. Okay. Yeah, there's no way that it registered to clear, I don't think. So despite getting that, I think I actually might have to. Oh no, it actually did register. Okay, good, good. And it tells me that I'm on to World 2. So, I'm not going to spend too long on this. I'm going to hit the next game over, and then I'm going to bail on this world and then do a few final things. Take a look at some final levels, but... So yeah, we just did World 0, and we are now in 1-1, which is Drybones Hill. Looks like that's a familiar bang bounce right there. I guess we would go over. We would go over to the lower trampoline and bounce back up on this side like this. I think so. No. Onto the dry bones. Onto the dry bones. And like that. Okay, not too bad actually. I think there was, hello, Corrupted Nintendo Switch, welcome as well. I think there was originally some, whoops, that the World 1 that you see here was actually made before the World 0 that we had previously played, because this does seem easier than some of the stuff we've seen in World 0. I say that as I take so many deaths on this early obstacle. Yeah, likely I will... I mean, this has been kind of a long-term project. I think this is probably the third week that I've worked on this world. No, onto dry bones, onto the trampoline. And yeah, just kind of previewing this before we... Whoops. Likely take a look at something else. Actually, am near the end of my stream time, for those of you who just came in. But we'll hopefully be able to fit in one or two things before failing. But yeah, always happy to show off some things like this. Even though I am about to hit the dreaded game over. This will be a decent preview anyway of what I have to look forward to. Okay. Pretty good series of attempts here. Yeah, that's a bit of a strange location, but we'll puzzle it out next time. That's just a bit of a peek ahead to make sure that our previous clear was in fact successfully saved. And if Nintendo servers continue to give me trouble, which may or may not be the case, then yeah, we'll just have to cope accordingly. Yeah, at this point, I'm going to be winding down fairly soon, but we'll take a look at hopefully one or two more levels before that. And okay, let's take a look at this one. Yeah, Electro Dude, we've been surviving a couple of disconnections. We were briefly raided just now by Sword and Crossbow. I actually did manage to make some progress in Mang World. And let's take a look at landing on Lemmings. This is right under 1%. Document has been extremely productive in the past few weeks since the release of the 4YMM level static cling. It's pushed out about 3 or 4 levels at once. So yeah, landing on Lemmings. Aim for their heads. They're better at falling off cliffs than you are. I don't know how much relation this will bear to the classic game Lemmings, although I'm kind of intrigued by the fact that Lemmings has not really been that adapted into Mario Maker, even though the moles effectively behave like them. I mean, the closest thing was, of course, the Saku mole puzzle level, except it's not like you're leading a chain of moles like you would be in Lemmings. But yeah, let's see what this is all about. I think I've almost remembered how to jump on platforms by now after so much puzzle solving earlier in the day. Ah, okay. There is a particular sequence here. I haven't discovered what it is, but whoops. Let's not miss that stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a mole that's activated by proximity. Then I get onto the snake block. The mole that comes over drops the muncher because the muncher runs into the spike. Yeah, I just need to wait for the last moment and then land accurately there. I was just kind of blowing that attempt on reading the position. Last moment. And oh, there's a Mang jump right there. Jump on a mole and spring to the left and to the right. Okay, here we are. Really do need to ram into that trampoline. You would think that after all the levels we played just now that was using exactly that same mechanic, that I would be a little more well-practiced on that by now, but yeah, pulling back a little bit too hard. I need to slam into it and then do full momentum over to the right. And Sword and Crossbow, yeah, have you played this one already? Or is this your first time seeing it? But yeah, this one, whoops. It's one of those that looks very precarious because of the way that the moles follow your position or spawn depending on your position. It works very reliably the way it's set up. The level works reliably, the player maybe less so. Okay. What have we got here? Jump. There we go. Over. Yep, very readable. Yeah, falling on it a bit aggressively. I wanted to match it once I hit the coin trail. I can see that the checkpoint placement there works quite well. Might want to short bounce over it, actually. Short bounce wouldn't quite hit the coin trail, but as I often say, a lot of checkpoint placement is really about managing consistency. It's not so much about difficulty. Much more about finding the inconsistent pockets and being able to give the player a quick retry right there if you can't sort it out any better mechanically. And yeah, this is slightly sub 1%, so it is one that I think takes a little bit of work, a little bit of patience. Wow, look at that camera drop right there. It's going to be short bounce over the mole and then down the right side, and you have to do it quite quickly before the pokey comes down. A lot of this is surprisingly very readable blind, although you have drops like that where you really have to take them on trust. And we 1v1, like, I'll let you know that, I mean, if you want the code, you can try to race me to this, but I'll let you know that I've never had functional multiplayer in all my time with Mario Maker 2. Like, my connection just does not like it, for whatever reason. It could be partly Nintendo's problem, partly my problem, but I've literally never had a functional game of multiplayer. But yeah, thanks for asking, anyway. And yeah, as Electro Dude was indicating, Donkey Mint has been on a real tear lately. I mean, I think he's always been a pretty high-quality maker, but the last few have been quite something. I think Static Cling was definitely a big highlight in the later weeks of 4YMM, and even just a lot of the levels outside of the project that he's been sort of saving to upload. They've really been pushing a new standard in some ways. This one has some pretty thrilling drops. Like, you have to kind of take it on trust in some ways in terms of knowing where to aim relative to the mole. So the drops here can be a little bit difficult to see. But I think he's doing his best with the coin indicators. Like, look at that thing. Yeah, some of these drops are pretty crazy. So. Okay. Nope, need to go straight. You know that by now, but it's very tempting when you get out of a big drop like that to do a bit of an adjustment jump. And create some problems. Oh, and Electric Dude, how was Splatfest last week, by the way? I just completely missed it. I just didn't wind up finding a time, but I guess since they're repeating a number of the Splatfests over the course of the year, I'll hopefully be able to get back into that Okay. Oops. Have to build up a bit more momentum going into that. I don't know if that's supposed to be a continuous motion going over that muncher, or if I do need to adjust around the falling mole. I don't see how people could possibly make a case for the chicken over the egg, but then, you know. Considering that the whole premise of Splatoon does depend on some degree of evolutionary theory working the way it should. Oops. Yeah, I'm supposed to go directly over. Otherwise I just lose too much speed to do that. But the mole will at least kind of center itself in a somewhat player-dependent position once it lands. Oh, there we go. Okay, no, just have to keep going. Sometimes I hesitate a bit to read the element, and that's when problems happen. We played this level some days ago, and pretty hard but cool. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Welcome to the stream. The dynamic morale, YT. I'm just going to say that it seems like it's how I would guess at your name, that it's like a morel, the fungus, and that the YT is maybe for YouTube. But correct me if that's wrong, and if you would like to be pronounced some other way. Okay, I need to get over that pokey. Okay. I could kind of tell that it was going to fall a little bit too far to the left on that attempt. It's kind of interesting that, you know, the drops are really thrilling, but generally, if you keep your bounces nice and low, you maintain visibility of the mole on camera. And so... Whoops. That's part of the trick to this level, is to just stay close enough to the mole that you leave yourself the choice to tap it when you're ready. And you can see where it's going, like that. And yeah, I could see that come down, I just missed it, but... It's very carefully tuned, because, you know, you look at a concept like this and you wonder, how could you possibly really play it blind? And the way you do is because you can track the mole position. And you can slide your way over and bounce at any time if you're falling accurately. Yeah, like that. And like that. Yeah, that one you kind of need to hug right away. Also, I'm always just kind of reliably impressed by a lot of element reuse. Whoops, too early. And you can see that with things like the winged mole that you stomp on twice. You drop it from the boo and then you stomp on it again. I think that's always one of the fun things to watch about these setups, is just to see the double hits on certain elements. I don't know what it is that's so pleasant about seeing that happen. I think it's usually because, from a maker's perspective, it's just a sort of impressive setup to be seeing something used towards a double purpose. Because it's kind of like You're giving the player the impression that they are setting up the platforming element for themselves by initiating the initial interaction that gives you the ability to do a later jump. And it's always fun to watch that. I get a fair bit of that out of this level. Particularly with this guy here, this mole with the wings, whoops. It might just be something on my end. I don't know why it is that for once Twitch is actually behaving so well, and Twitch chat is pretty much completely glitchy on my end, as is my connection to Nintendo when it comes to properly registering to clears. So it looks like it's probably something on my side, but the video connection itself looks stable, which is sort of strange because it's usually the first thing to go. Okay. Too low. And I kind of knew that going in. Interesting, too, that you have another drop on that mole going through the saw blade down below. If you watch that segment very carefully, that is another case of element reuse where it's going to plummet to its doom. And possibly come back to haunt us later if we do this downward vertical segment properly. Often it seems like understanding how to do downward moving vertical segments is one of the things that Donkey Mint kind of specializes in, that we've seen a couple of levels with that concept before in terms of falling, but at the same time giving Mario tons of headroom for jumping, such that you're still playing Mario, you're still gaining height all the time, you're still clearing obstacles when it comes to a vertical position, but you're doing so in an environment with tons of downward momentum and a lot of things to drop towards. Like, it's a very unique approach, and not one that you only see from Donkey Mint. You see it from a number of different creators as well, in terms of figuring out how to just make something go down but still feel like Mario. It was all about gaining height and going up. But yeah, always fun to kind of admire this, and also just see how responsive the level is to little adjustments of jump height, that you can choose how close to hug most of the moles. And, oh no, I needed to follow that guy. Yeah, that's right. Needed to wait for him to come over and then get the second hit. I wasn't sure what that downward arrow was telling me, you see, on my first look at that when it comes to untrapping myself from state blocks. Oops. Once again, really have to hug that all the way. And yeah. Getting closer. Now, I likely will have to call it a stream after this level. But we'll find somebody else to pass the baton to afterwards, and hopefully some of the connection issues will settle down. I'm definitely a little bit concerned about maintaining the video link given how everything else has been a bit unstable. So yeah, usually, for those of you new here, as I was saying, we do viewer levels during the weekday streams and this big catch-up session over the weekend. And yeah, Sword and Crossbow definitely is a level that takes some work. But anyway, going into September, there are likely going to be some schedule modifications due to some conflicts and also some other things I have going on in this side in terms of disrupting my streaming setup a little bit, so we'll keep people posted about what's going on with the schedule, mostly in the Discord, which I'll link quickly in the chat if the chat is going to cooperate. And the bot is actually logged into the chat, which I'm not clear on. But anyway, if you don't see it come out, it is in the About page on the Twitch page. Yeah, I guess the bot's just not responding at all, so it probably is just Twitch's chat servers that are glitching out for everybody, so thank you for the follow. Whoops. Just try to dig up the link manually when I can, but it is there in the About page for anybody interested in keeping up with developments here. I do run Mario Maker most of the time, although I'm planning to do one last Paper Mario post-game stream since we're just short of 100%. And one of the last things I need to do before 100% is a boat ride and then clearing all of the bosses in the battle mode. Battle laboratory. So we'll hopefully be finding a session for that this week, and that'll be our bonus program. And then we've got some other plans that are not necessarily Mario Maker going into September, but once again, schedule is going to be a little bit volatile for the time being. Hopefully not as volatile as the chat connection has been for the past hour or so. But yeah, once again, sorry if I'm missing messages like crazy. It is just a problem that we have to deal with, so. Okay, gonna hug this mole down. Losing a little bit too much momentum there. I shouldn't have cut back. I do need a nice full jump and perhaps an earlier jump on that mole. But yeah, it's a tricky level, but one that feels kind of manageable. Just with a few adjustments here. Some segments that are a little bit memory dependent just given visibility, but you know, they're fair. It's just that you do have to watch out quite a bit. And here we go. Down. Oh, almost there. Once again, too much of a momentum cut going into the final jump. Wasn't quite sure how daring we would need to be, and that's just a product of seeing it for the first time. Okay. Getting better at some of this with practice, which is always a good sign. And over we go. Whoops. Almost there. Okay, getting a little bit ahead of ourselves with that specific jump. Okay. Yeah, some of them you really have to crank your way ahead as fast as possible. I don't know if that's really consistently the case for every jump. I mean, sometimes obviously you do want to pull back a little bit just to let the mole fall ahead of you. And hey, Greggy Spike, welcome. Greggy Spike, we're actually about to shut down for the day. This is probably the last level I'm doing, so no queue right now, but we are bringing back more viewer level sessions throughout the week. We are kind of getting back into the main line of the weekly schedule. So yeah, I hope you've been doing well, and we will be able to see your levels soon. Okay. And regardless, Twitch chat has been breaking like crazy for me in the last little bit, and so probably not a good time to be running a Q-bot anyway, I would imagine. Okay. Again, too much of a momentum cut. I do need to really go right to left on that first mole in the bottom level. Can't land directly on top of it like how I've been doing. Whoops. Didn't actually expect to make that jump. No, too early. Certainly hope that Nintendo will register this clear, given that I've had a few connection issues after course completions lately. Not exactly sure what the issue is, but the correlation between it and the issues I've been having with the chat connection is definitely a cause for concern. Yeah, a lot of the early segments are not bad. We don't want to gain that much height, of course, because the whole point and the whole strategy here is to make sure the moles remain on camera so I can see what my landing zones are going to be. So you don't want to gain too much height on the moles, and I think for people who are finding this challenging, that's certainly one correction they should be making, is that you want to see where the moles are going. You want the choice to land on them when you so choose. Okay. Yeah, interesting use of that pokey as a timing gate. That one you really do need to go right away. Same here. Whoa, okay. Did not expect that mole to chase that quickly at a time. That had never quite happened the same way before. So I just had too much height on it. Yeah, once again, maintaining a reasonable range that allows you to keep the moles on camera is really the whole trick here. Yeah, Mr. Greggy Spike, very happy to see Metroid levels. If it's a particularly long one, I actually do encourage you to put it in the Discord as well, because I might be able to I can't catch it during viewer levels, I can program it into the next time we do the backlog session, because I do like taking a look at long levels in the sessions like what you are currently seeing in this time slot. So, yeah, I don't know if you are already in there, and the bot was not cooperating with me earlier when it comes to the link, so... Yeah, I think the bot's just kind of dead on me. But the link is in the About page of the stream, if you are not already plugged in. And I can just jot down your code anyway, since I do see it in the chat. So yeah, if I can't catch you during viewer levels, Metroid-style levels, I'm very happy to see them in a bit of an extended context. I think they are kind of an underrated form when it comes to Maker 2. They seemed much more popular in Maker 1. And then, I think, to a certain extent, especially on Twitch, there has been some homogenization of what people will play, and that has come at the expense of the Metroid subgenre. So yeah, I'd certainly be able to do that on stream, I guess not today. But I'll jot down the code for sure. Oh hey, the bot is actually responding, just very, very late. Suspicion is that something with the chat servers is going on Twitch's side, it's not just me. Okay. And you've got 3 of them? Like you've got 3 different Metroid levels, you mean? But yeah, hoping to bring back some Metroid-style indie games on the stream at some point as well. I mean, I've been just doing mostly Mario Maker for the last little while, with the exception of running a good chunk of Paper Mario earlier in the month. Actually, running all of Paper Mario earlier in the month to find us some final 100% cleanup that I'm hoping to do this week. But yeah, it would be fun to bring back some other games as well that would be of interest to Mario Maker people, or people who are just interested in level design and world layout and all the things that we like to talk about here. Whoops. You know, this doesn't feel particularly difficult in a mechanical sense. And at the same time, I'm taking a ton of deaths and probably spending quite a bit of time on it. But it's actually kind of a relaxed experience. Like, a lot of it is visual perception, it's not really about the inputs. A lot of it is visual perception and planning your momentum in terms of making sure that you are hitting the moles in your direction of travel, rather than just standing still or cutting back. And it's mostly relaxed about the momentum as well until you get very late into this layout and then get into the stuff here. That guy. Guy down there being a problem. Haven't made it over to the second mole on the left side in that bottom layer just yet. It's been the limit of my progression so far. Hit that multiple times. And yep. Drop. Oh, no. That's too soon. I could kind of tell that was not going to go. But yeah, gonna drop here. Drop here. Oops. It is going to be a pretty embarrassing clear time on the screen by the time we are at the end of it, given all the respawns from checkpoint, but that's okay. Whatever it takes to get through it. Feels like I am taking longer on it than I usually would on something that is 1%. But it may just be because a lot of the attempts are fairly chunky. And that I have a lot of things go mostly successfully. And so perhaps I'm not actually dying as much as I think I am. I'm clearly taking a lot of losses, but at the same time we cover a reasonable amount of time and distance every time I make an attempt, so... Yeah, no, once again too soon. Slightly overcompensating, and it's not that mole that has ever been the problem. It's the one that drops after that. Yeah, I really hope that I can go over my chat log afterwards and that is properly saved, because the thing is I am missing so much stuff in it, and so hopefully nothing really critical, but if I seem to not be responding to you, that's what's going on. It's just dealing with the persistent glitchiness of actually keeping up with what is being said. So that's okay. This will be final level I do today for sure. So okay. Didn't like the camera position there, but we made it through, and that's going to be another checkpoint. And so we've got more to go. Yeah, that was a bad idea. And let's remember to go down the pipe. This is always something that confuses me a little when I have a checkpoint respawn, just not remembering what I was doing. Let's respawn this. I feel like I need to slide under the mole when it comes up. Okay, once again. Would have actually appreciated something like a down arrow there, simply because when it comes to coming back up from checkpoint. Okay, no, I need to be fast. I need to be quick. I need to turn around. I need to get down on that mole. I do have the right idea, though, with the wraparound. And I do want to pop this guy, slide under and around. And that when I bop the piranha plant, that's when I'm within the activation... Whoops. That's when I'm within the activation range for the mole afterwards. Thank you for the follow. And once again, my regrets if I cannot interact with you in chat. It has mostly been bugging out on me, so... Really do appreciate people coming by for the end of this stream. Okay. Ah, yeah, I do need a third bounce, but then I also need to launch that trampoline up top. There was a number of things to read at once in terms of how many bounces I was going to get off the mole, how I was going to get around the pokey, and finally what I was going to do about the trampoline, which I noticed far too late. I think it's on the second bounce that I want to hit that. Something is going to come out and probably launch the trampoline into a safe position. Or, well, be launched by the trampoline, rather. Something is going to pop out and be sent in a very springy fashion towards the right side. Once again, I have to exercise a tiny bit of patience to let the mole come out. Yeah, always tempted to just run directly from that pipe. Oops. Just need to go a little bit faster too. Slip in under that mole's feet as it pops up. Okay. Right idea, bad momentum. Absolutely the right idea, though. That we are hitting the trampoline on the second bounce. Or rather, launching the mole into the trampoline on the second bounce. I think that looks very correct. Just a bit too much momentum cut going into it. Once again, I need to gain them height coming out of that snake block as I did in the first segment before CP1. Yeah, very chunky and substantial level, all things considered. Lots of stuff being done with this idea. Lots of stuff being done to make mole activation ranges feel consistent. That's part of what's going on with the Piranha Plant hit here. It's not just to give you this satisfying moment of running under the mole, but also to put you right in the corner of the activation zone for the next mole after that. So, I have a lot of these player-initiated timing triggers all over the place that make everything in the level line up. Very smart design. Okay. Nope. And around. Whoops. Okay, here we are. And we're almost at the goal. It's just a matter of getting the proper momentum coming out of that. I don't think I really can make use of that donut block. As tempting as it may seem, I think that's really just where the mole is lodged, and I don't see a way to get up there given that the snake block loses collision pretty much as soon as it drops. So, need to get off the snake block at the end of the shake animation. Okay. Managed to rescue that from certain doom. And yeah, jumping too high there actually. I need a bit of a lower bounce such that the mole hasn't come so far to the left, and so I also get a better angle down towards it. So I do need a bit of a jump off the snake block such that I get in position to fall down towards the mole, but it doesn't need to be a full jump, and should not be a full jump. But we're almost at the end of this journey. Just a little more work to go. It's going to be a hideous clear time, to be sure. But that's what these streams are for. That's how we'll do it. Okay, all in. And yeah, no, I do need to jump. I can't just fall. Or let the snake block go over, rather. And drop me softly like that. That also makes it very clear, by the way, that the donut block is not accessible. It's just a mole perch. Where it gets pushed. Fairly clear for me at this point what to do. Just a matter of getting a final jump done before we reach the gold curtain. And bounce, bounce. Bounce. Yeah, a little bit of a weird slide still. Having some trouble. Oops. And yeah, I just still need to think ahead about how that jump off the snake block is going to work. Because it is going to be a jump that has a weird trajectory to it, where I need to hang left and then hang right with sufficient horizontal momentum to make it across. It is going to be a little bit tricky, making use of Mario's mid-air adjustment physics. Yeah, coming down like that, that's the adjustment I need to make, and that is a clear. Little cardioid pattern, that half cardioid, I guess, of arcing around to the left and then back down to the right. Just a matter of gaining enough horizontal distance to make that happen. And it is an error, I guess. I almost certainly did not have the clear register then. And that's okay. If I really want to snap to clear on that thing, I'll just do it off stream. But I don't know if it even logged it as a played course on my part. I did manage to get the clears registered on the Mang levels at least earlier, when I had the same connection error coming out. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's some kind of systematic network disruption that mysteriously is not seeming to affect the stream itself, but it's probably a sign at this point that I should be calling it for this session, as I had indicated earlier. I'll just see if I actually got the clear. That's just the last thing I'll check. If it will actually allow me to load my most recently played courses. Didn't get to stamp a like on it too, did I? Yeah, it just did not register. Okay. So thank you for the GGs. I mean, you folks will, of course, be aware of the truth of the matter, which is that I got the clear. I'm only seeing a bunch of your messages from the last few minutes burst into the chat now, by the way, because it's just been such an issue. But yeah, Sword and Crossbow, I'm glad you liked the commentary. I don't know if you have things you want to submit me sometime, but when I run viewer levels, this is very much the kind of commentary I put there as well. And yeah, Strazarian, you're making a Discord server. I guess the best way to go about it is to keep it kind of focused and have people have a good common reason to be there. I mean, that's sort of why individual streams have been encouraged to do that. And once again, sorry to everybody whose messages I missed in chat. That has been happening like crazy for the past hour. In the end, we didn't even get the clear, but we got the evidence, and that's what counts. And moreover, the sense of satisfaction. So, let me try the bot one more time. I think it actually did manage to drop the Discord link earlier, but that's where I will be putting in scheduling updates for this week. As soon as I know what they are. Typically it's going to be Tuesday, Thursday for viewer levels, and I'll be trying to fit in something with the late night NA morning EU time slot as well. I don't know if this stream, the Backlog stream, will be running in the same time slot next week. There may be a conflict, as I said earlier, but I'll keep you posted. We'll also be trying to find one final slot for the Paper Mario postgame to 100%. In the meantime, thanks for watching. I will find somebody to raid, typically somebody doing Mario Maker with an open queue. And yeah, I'll just try to yank somebody interesting up as soon as I can, and thank you so much for everybody who has stuck around and watched. Thank you for your good company, and fare thee well. Stick around and we'll just search for a raid in just a minute, so have a good day, all of you.